Okay. This is a difficult one. There might have been some upfront information I wanted to say, but I forgot what it is. So, I gotta make some attempt here at figuring out who did it. So let's go go down a list of characters. So we have 11 total. We started off with 16. Otori came later, but he made 16 when he showed up. We have lost 5, right? Linuge decided to break the pattern of having a double murder occur in Chapter 3. He maintained that in DRA, the first game that he wrote, but then he decided in the second game that he writes to do the unthinkable and just have only one victim in Chapter 3. Fine. So, not necessarily bad, it's just, I don't know, it's just like, it's like, I was trying to think, it's like having a Forerunner without a power roll-down back window or something. A lame analogy is the best one I can think of. It's like, it should have this. Although the Gen 1 probably didn't have that, so. Anyway. Like, even if it's, like, pointless, it's supposed to be there because it's, like, the tradition, right? You don't want to break... Even if it's, like, not necessarily a good thing, it usually makes the third case kind of, like, stupid. It's like, that's the tradition. You can't break the tradition. Okay, so... I think I can roll out Shinji. By the way, there's no gender balance with this because we're balanced, right? We had 2 girls, they had 2 boys and 2 girls, so we're balanced here. So, Shinji, because Shinji is the one who pointed out to us that he went to go visit the pool. I'm gonna see if, yeah, everything's equipped that I left off with equipped last time. So, getting to the bullets here. Swimming pool gate records. We'll look at this here. Shinji was the one who pointed out that there was a certain time of day. Let's look at exactly what his account was. So around noon. So around noon, approximately, there was pool maintenance, according to Shinji. Now, we would presume, as the player, that there wasn't really pool maintenance. That was a ruse being put on by somebody who was trying to do something with the pool to deceive others into not going into the pool and catching them in the middle of whatever act they were doing. Right, so someone was doing something that they didn't want people to see. They could be the culprit, could not be. We presume that they would be the culprit. That seems the most likely. In the pool at around noon when Shinji visited. But if Shinji was the culprit, you wouldn't think that he would volunteer that kind of information. It's sort of like, it's very similar to how, I messed up and guessed Setsuka in Chapter 1. Well, that doesn't make any sense because Setsuka, if the culprit used the life jacket with the hook to descend down out of the clock tower, they wouldn't then point that out to the protag that they found that, because why would they bother putting on that trick if not to deceive everyone into thinking that maybe Yuruko had done it, right? They wouldn't reveal their own trick. Then why would they even bother doing the trick in the first place? So, that just because he gave this testimony, Shinji seems rather unlikely to be the culprit. I think I can kind of safely rule him out. As well as, there isn't really anything pointing to him as well, right? So if this, but there's nothing pointing to him. If there's nothing pointing to him, then it doesn't really make any sense that he would be the culprit. So I'm going to roll Shinji out, okay? So, next one, Sora, ruled out. You could do protagonist murders are possible, but we didn't really see a mechanism by which Sora would have committed the murder. We did not see any intent inside the thought processes. We didn't see anything like that that to me, could indicate a protagonist murder. There's no evidence of a protagonist murder, so we can rule Sora the protag out as well. Okay. So next is Shobai. So almost universally, if a character doesn't contribute at all to the plot during a chapter, then that character is not the culprit. They gotta do something with that character to set them up for being the culprit, right? Shobai did something in chapter 2, and something having to do with the murder case, actually. But in chapter 3, he was irrelevant to completion. There's no evidence pointing to him. It's just the only thing that's different about him is this time he wasn't able to figure out the answer to the case right away, so now he's actually trying to like solve it and stuff, right? He's actually working this time. But that's not an indication that he's the culprit. That's an indication almost that he's not the culprit, because if he was the culprit, he would just try to act like he usually does and claim he already found out who it is, just like he always did. That would be the best way that he would act to try to, you know, relieve suspicion, is just to be himself, right? If you're the culprit, you always just want to be your normal self as much as you could possibly can. So I think I can rule Shobai out as well. There's just no evidence pointing to him, of course. That's the issue. Not being there. So then we have Otori. So nothing pointing to it being Otori, or against it being Otori. Otori is kind of irrelevant to this whole thing. He's just absent and not there. Again, though, you wouldn't think Otori would volunteer that information about the stolen blood, especially if it's really hard to link stolen blood to the case, or the information about the borrowed, the taken but put back medical kit, which we know was used, if he was the culprit. Unless those things are irrelevant and not used in this case, and he's just trying to steer us the wrong way. But Otori isn't really smart enough to do something like that. So I just really don't see it. I just can't see it being Otori. I think I just kind of default rule Otori out. Again, not very concrete there. Kind of vague. It's mostly the dangerous Danganranpa proposition where this character wouldn't ever do it, right? Otori would not commit a murder. And that tends to mess people up. It doesn't really mess me up, though. So I don't think it's Otori either. So that leaves Yuki, Yoruko, Iroha, Mikado, Nikkei, Ibiki, Kanade, and that's it. So we have these. So Yuki, Yoruko, Iroha, Mikado, Nikkei, Ibiki, and Kanade is 7 names. That is a lot of names. Now, if you look at the gate records, so the parade happened between 6 and 7, right? Well, if you look at these gate records, you'll notice that things only happen before 6 and after 7. So the ability, just because these characters that were watching the parade were standing there and watching the parade, doesn't necessarily mean that they're not the culprit, full stop, right? However, whoever was WN2L87 couldn't have been watching the parade, but we presume that they are Ibiki, and she was indeed not watching the parade. I gotta deal with something with the oven here. Okay. Things could have been done to set up the murder before the parade happened. And then after the parade has happened, somebody went into that haunted house to finish things off after Sora went in looking around. And that would, of course, been done after the parade. So, we can't just say, oh, they were sitting there watching the parade. Kanade, Nikke, Shinji, I don't think it's Shinji, though. I kind of rolled Shinji out. But Kanade, Nikke, and Yuki. We can't just go, oh, they were watching the parade, so they could not have ever done it. So it's like, it starts to get really hard to narrow down. It starts to get tricky here with the remaining 7 names. So a word about Ibiki. Ibiki seems very highly implicated by the gate records to the haunted house. Because Iroha said that she saw her go in, right? And we have a record that corresponds to that. That is WN2L87 or whatever, or B7. And she was not there during the whole parade, right? And she seems to have been in there after Sora went into the haunted house. So everybody's going to go, at the beginning of the trial, it's Ibiki. This makes Ibiki take the role, the Ace Attorney-like role, of the accused. She stands on the defendant's bench. I haven't encountered a case in Danganranpa almost ever where the person who stood accused at the start was ever the culprit. But, demonstrated by DRA and things like Chapter 4 of DRA, Lineage is open to trying new things. And so they could have a situation where the seeming red herring really is indeed the culprit. It's hard to write that because the culprit would try to not make it obvious it were them. So, I don't know, but she's definitely on the accused stand at the start. It seems odd that she would do it, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. So the remaining 6 are Yuki, Yuruko, Iroha, Mikado, Nikke, and Kanade. So, let's try to go over the stuff I know. Try to narrow down, like, those 7. Try to go through the stuff I know and seem to, like, understand. So, it seems like, my guess, is that Setsuka is a member of Void. And it seems that Lineage wants us to think that, but that also that Lineage says, yes, you are correct, she is indeed a member of Void. He says that he's not pulling a twist where she's not really. And she planned on, in some way, spilling the beans that she was a member of Void, and basically betraying Void and saying who the other Void was as well. And she was arranging this meeting. But she seemed to have didn't do a very good job of hiding that she was arranging this meeting. Even though that she was doing a lot of arranging. And it's unclear what her plan was to get away with this without the other Void killing her. Or Mikado doing something like tie her up or some weird nonsense, right? So, how exactly she decided she could pull this off and use the parade to pull it off, I don't know. But that caught the attention of some other character, or characters plural, including maybe Mikado. And so they probably had some plan to try to stop her, which may or may not have been the murder. And it's kind of very vague what exactly this plan was. Something that's odd is that they seem to try to spike, or sort of roofie, or maybe something like that, Iroha's coffee. But it wasn't everybody's coffee, it seems, because no one actually got all sleepy besides Sora. No one else testified to that effect. So they only went for Iroha. Now Iroha would maybe have been an easy target because she, that morning, I believe, if I remember correctly, showed up late for breakfast for no reason in particular besides for that plot point, right? So her drink was Spike a Bowl, and maybe they just wanted to put somebody to sleep. However, putting Sora to sleep didn't really seem to play into any sort of plan whatsoever. Like, whatever they would have done with Iroha, they didn't do to Sora. I don't know, like, it seems like Iroha not drinking the coffee actually ended up thwarting the culprit's plan, at least their plan A. So there's like this give and take here. You might go, maybe there's something special about Iroha in particular, but then also she was just the person who just happened to arrive late, so she was an easy target. And these things kind of conflict, which makes it kind of difficult for me to figure this out. Another thing that suggests that there was something special about Iroha was Setsuka arranged a meeting with her specifically and one-on-one before the parade where she was going to talk to everyone else. So she singled her out for like the first person to talk to, which also indicates there's something special about Iroha, something about Iroha that was integral to Setsuka's plan, and something that was found out by another character. That integralness of Iroha to Setsuki's plan was found out by another character, so they tried to knock out Iroha so that could not be carried out. But that didn't happen. Iroha went to the meeting point as planned. They didn't try to stop Iroha on some other way, which is interesting and weird. But Setsuka didn't. She went to the haunted house, as opposed to the mirror maze, where she said that she would meet up with Iroha. We don't know why she went to the haunted house of all places. Whether or not that was even planned, unless she's carried and unconscious or something. So, Iroha is special. There's something special about her. There's something going on with her. She's relevant, right? But we don't know what it is. You might think, well, is she the culprit? Well, she appears to have never gone in the haunted house. But then again, the culprit would have, unless the culprit was Ibiki, they would have not ever gone in the haunted house. The only one that could frame Ibiki up for that was Iroha, because it is her first time testimony that Ibiki did go in there. Kind of weird. Anyway, see, Iroha was part of the plan, right? And then we have the penicillin in the pool. It's unclear what exactly they were doing, whoever left the penicillin in the pool was doing in the pool with the health supplies. I'm guessing that the penicillin in the pool really had nothing to do with what the culprit's plan was. They just took the whole medical kit. And some sort of haste or sloppiness caused them to accidentally leave something that was in the medical kit in the pool. Right? I don't think the functionality and use of penicillin really had anything to do with what the culprit was doing. That was just, especially considering the bottle was still sealed. It just had to do with, they did something with the medical supplies in there, and that just got accidentally left behind. So, okay, but there wasn't any evidence left in the pool indicating someone did anything funny in there besides the penicillin. We don't know what they did in the pool. Now, why is the pool is kind of relevant? Only because the dolls, they go from block A to block C, or from block C to block A, right? And they were empty inside. This suggests that somebody was put inside a doll and transported from block C to block A, or the other way, but I think it would go from C to A if I were to guess, inside the doll. And because of this weird simulation business, the dolls have collision and no mass or something nonsensical. And so they could do their dance properly even with somebody inside one of them. Now, this could have been the culprit doing some crazy way of transporting themselves from block C to block A, or they could have stuffed Setsuke's body into that. And maybe the crazy machinations of the dolls that don't really follow human anatomy very well are what caused the bruises on Setsuka's body. That's kind of a stretch. I don't think that's what they're going for with the bruises, because it's not like the kind of thing that would really lock in, if you know what I mean. But maybe. But that would have let Setsuka's body ready to be grabbed inside a doll in Block C. Of course, if you want to transport a dead body, you wouldn't need to buzz them in with the handbook. So that's a way you could have someone go in and never come out, right? But you could like kill them in there and then drag their body out and then move it around and then drag it back in or something. Seems kind of inconvenient to leave a whole lot more evidence behind it. Necessary to do something like that, but maybe. The puzzling thing is, the dolls don't actually go from the pool to the haunted house, they just go from one warehouse to the other. So, you still have to, they don't really allow you to like airdrop someone into the haunted house without going to the gate. And again, you get punished for violating the school rules if you go in the gate without scanning a handbook. And maybe Monochrome is going to be like, ah ha ha, psych, if it's for a murder, we'll let you do it. Which is kind of cheap and cheating, but okay. So something like that seems to have happened. Also, somebody used the monorail at some point. And the monorail only acts on the even hours, if I recall. Right. So it would have run at 6 and it would have run at 4. It also would have run at 8. But everything happened before 8, so 8 is irrelevant. So it would have ran at 6. And there could be intervals between the 5-minute intervals might matter when as it relates to the gates and stuff. So there's some nonsense in the morning, and then we have around 1 o'clock, someone went in, and they didn't leave until 5:25. The monorail would not have been running then. So yeah, so the monorail was not running when NU3002 went in. So it seems to indicate that NU3002 was transported inside a doll. Could you circumvent the whole eating a handbook thing if you're inside a doll? What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of butt pull is that? So, who went into the pool at 5:24? We don't know, we were sleeping. Look at the haunted house. Yeah, that's 20 minutes later, so it could have been the same person. Huh. So strange. Anybody could have. There's no witnesses watching the pool entrance. That's the problem. Unlike Aroha, where you saw Ibiki go into the haunted house. Who went into the pool? So you can think about motive. Okay, so there's obviously the standard basic chapter 1 motive introduced in chapter 3, which always has to have something to do with it, but I can't see how at this point. We also have someone who is part of Void trying to kill Setsuka so that she wouldn't spill the beans on Void. The other Void I was suspicious of was the other Void was Kanade. I would not have thought it was Ibiki. That's why it's weird there would be Ibiki. Now, you could say, well, Obiki found out that Setsuko was a void, and because of that, she killed her. But how does that solve Obiki's problems if she kills a void? Like, the school rules still apply. There's still a class trial, and then she still gets out. Well, she still gets executed if she gets found out. Doesn't matter if she kills a void or not. So, it would seem maybe she's, like, stupid, which she is, kind of. That's the problem. Yuki's just not a good candidate for this. I'm just gonna say it's not Yuki. Also, Yuki most likely stayed in Block B the entire time I was searching, right? And so he would not have been able to go into Block. He would not have gone to Block A, later. Yoruko still has that, like, Akane protagonist inner circle. She has like the pick safety, right? So she's not a very good candidate either. Nikkei is just... Mikado I haven't rolled out yet, simply because Mikado would want to try to cover up a spilling on Void, right? So I can imagine Mikado killing... I can imagine Mikado doing it. That's the weird thing. Like, I'd actually imagine Mikado actually being the culprit in this. Oh, we also have Nikkei. Kanade, Ibiki, Nikkei, and Mikado. You could also technically be a Roha. But then, why would you try to poison the culprit? Or put sleeping stuff in the culprit's coffee? I don't really think it's a Roha. What? Ah, this is so hard. Well, let's go through truth bullets. So, Setsuki Cheibukuro. The time of death is unknown, right? But we presume it was before the. We don't even know. Like, we don't know if she was put through a doll alive or dead. I presume that she was put through dead because otherwise she would have screamed from inside. The body was discovered in maybe she's unconscious inside the doll. Body was discovered in the, You can get bruises when you're dead, can't you? Same mechanism, right? You rupture blood vessels and the blood goes into the space outside the blood vessels. It's a haunted house. The neck, shoulder, sides, and ankles were dismembered into 10 pieces. Near the abdomen was damaged. And near the abdomen was damaged. It's a clean cut. Culprit likely used something sharp to amputate the limbs. Parts of the bones and legs and multiple bruises and fractures. Yeah. Huh. They have to have done it quickly, wouldn't they? And they used fake blood, too, for some reason. Setsuka's abdomen was cut off. The cut was done with great precision so that the contents did not flow out. This part seems to have no hidden mixture. There is no sign of where the abdomen went. Why is this going to be relevant? According to the monochrome file, Setsuka's body had fractures in several places. It says it was caused by something sharp. No matter what it was, it sure must have been brutal. Teruya checks the inventory of various items on the island and said that many blood transfusions and medical kits disappeared this morning, but the medical kit was returned after. That's like another weird thing. It's like, if you dismember someone's body like that, you can get a lot of blood. Why would you need the fake blood too? This is a suggestion that she was dismembered a long time in search of blood somewhere else, like she was dismembered in the pool. And they used the pool to, like, circulate out the blood or something. And then they put down a bunch of fake blood. in the haunted house and managed to do it very quickly. A time before 18 o'clock or 6 o'clock, Iroha headed to the mirror house because of a meeting with Setsuka. She saw Ibiki entering the haunted house, but Iroha assumes it was to use the restroom. Is there even a restroom in there? If you go deep into the haunted house, there's an altar to the site of the crime, but breakers installed next to it. All the wires inside were cut. From this, we can assume the lights were off at the time of the incident. There was a fireplace inside the ghost house. The firewood inside was overheated. After the incident, it was turned off. I mean, it was burned. There was some unknown black plastic that was crumpled and thrown into the fireplace of the haunted house, and use is unknown. Carry body parts? The decorated screen at the entrance of the ghost house was originally attached to the wall, but after the body was discovered, it changed so there was a slight gap between it and the wall, enough to carry a human inside. The space was also marked with heavy bloodstains. There were discarded pins near the flower bed at the gate of the ghost house. It was most likely used to fix something, but what? What's this have to do with anything? Okay, yeah, well, these are records that implicated Biki. According to Shinji, by lunchtime today, the pool was disinfecting. It could not be entered at that time. It says on the rules that entering while disinfecting is occurring against the school rules. Huh. Unopened antibiotic that fell at the corner of the pool. Usually I would think it's unrelated, but I think this might somehow be related to the case. What does it mean? The dolls, one used during the parade, during the parade, they were stored in the warehouse on Block A. Now, before the parade occurred, monorail timetable. And what's annoying about this is that these truce bullet descriptions are just absolutely littered with typos. Okay, stopped recording and ate some dinner and then came back. And then put my pencil some random place. Hold on. Okay, so we're just gonna eliminate Ibiki. Because we need to eliminate somebody to narrow this down. And no other reason. I'm just gonna give this very weak reasoning that, since she's the accused, it's like Ace Attorney, the accused is so rarely the actual culprit. That happened like in Ace Attorney 2 times or something, but it's rare enough that we're just going to discount that. And then we're going to wipe out Mikado because why not? We're going to pretend it's not Mikado just to make this guess happen. And we're going to pretend it's not her Yuruko. Because, just to make it easy on me, just say that she has protagonist inner circle privilege. Drop my mic gain. And then we're going to discount Iroha because she's just too nice. And it's weird that she would be the culprit if someone tried to poison her coffee. Or put some sleepy stuff in her coffee. Right? And that leaves us with Nikkei and Kanade. And then we're going to say, during the investigation, too big of a chunk of that time was taken up with Nikkei being with Yaruko. So he wouldn't have had an ability to do the whole setup thing with the body parts and the blood. And so that eliminates it down and says Kanade is the culprit. And we're going to say that is reinforced by Kanade having this motive, that she was the last void. and she didn't want Setsuka to spill that she was a member of Void. And by this really weak, lame logic, we're going to take this wild guess, weak and wild guess, that the culprit is Kanade, which is going to be a total failure, but whatever. Okay, let's do the thing. 35 minutes in. Let's start with the basic rules of the class trial. The results of this class trial is determined by your votes. If you vote the correct blackhead, only they will get punished. If you pick the wrong person, everyone excluding the blackhead gets punished. And only they will be able to escape this school trip. Was this place always this huge? It's probably because there are a lot less of us now. It should be fewer. Me, the grammar police. Word crimes. Right. I have already died. Oh, sorry. 5 have already died. Not I have already died. Right, 5 have already died. There is only 11 left. They all left us one by one. And we're just starting here, so let's put away our negative thoughts for now and try to figure out who to execute. Oh, wait. If we don't get a hold of ourselves, we could be very well following the footsteps of those 5. Speaking of negative thoughts. He's right, we need to only focus on finding the culprit. Yeah, about that. I really have no idea this time. Can we really solve the case this time? It's alright. We have Kanade. Ha 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 ha. She did most of the heavy lifting last time, so for this case... And what if Kanade is the culprit? Then I guess it would be left to the it would be the end for us. What happened to your go happy state, Iroha? Because Kokuro's already dead. And if it weren't for Kanade last time, we'd all be dead. And if that... Why can't we give Sora any credit? Apparently Sora shoot all the right truth bullets and all the right statements, did that weird, like, Tanma game, like, mini game, did the memory matching, all of this stuff, and you just said that it was all Kanade who figured everything out. And I guess you're kind of right. But come on. And if that's Kanade's and if that Kanade is our enemy, then what that means we have no brains on our side anymore. Well, I just everybody. Iroha, don't be so sure of that until the very end. Don't give up just yet on us, alright? Even if each of us aren't perfect on our own, that's why the trial exists. Right, you have me! And you also have Yuki, who you would think would also be very good, except he just hasn't been for the previous trials for some reason, but he should be! For us to debate through this together. I couldn't have said it better myself. They say well begun is half done. And I say this is one of our better start-offs. So that means... that Kanade's the culprit, because that was something suggested in the start-off. Would you believe it? We're already halfway through. My, that lifts my spirits up. I'll do my best in this trial as well. That'll be a pretty short trial there. Pretty short trial there, Mikado. So he's saying I already named the culprit? Is that what he's saying? We've already done what the thing you do right before the intermission? Wait, so that means I'm right? Shutting up is the best you can do for us, so shut it. Quiet, everyone. Shinji's right. Let's get this thing together and find out the culprit. That's what Setsuka would say if she were here, right? And our other social butterfly, Abiki, is in, well, that state. My sprite doesn't match my profile picture. Don't worry about sis. She's just a bit shocked. She'll be okay in a while. Alright, let's start this thing. Yeah, until she figures out Kanade's the culprit, Kanade gets executed, and then Ibiki's gonna just, like, explode into a million goopy, gory pieces. Spontaneously. Alright, let's start this thing. She'll get, just like a terminal brain hemorrhage or something. But as always, finding the best place to start is the hardest task. Mr. or Miss Culprit, please raise your hand. Oh, I thought it was worth a try. Well, we should go over the basic outline of the case. Wait, there's something I want to clear up first. Yuki, what is it? You all read the monochrome file, right? The file this time around is honestly very poorly written. I mean, it doesn't even show the time of death. Did it? Wait, but didn't Kokuro's case file also hide the time of death from us? That was because Kokuro's corpse was frozen, making it difficult to determine the exact time of death. I know they say that, but the real reason is because monochrome wants the trial to be interesting, right? So if the killer does some sort of interesting trick to conceal a certain aspect of their murder, then he doesn't want to reveal that in the monochrome file because that will take away that interest. Not because it was hard to determine it. Although it is kind of related, like it's like the culprit made it hard and that made it interesting, which then made it interesting to leave out. There's more steps to it, Kanade. In Yuri's case, it was clearly different. Except for exceptional cases, it should be given that the time of death should always be shown to us. Monochrome care to explain this. Oh, my, am I in the one default again? You're clearly hiding important information that is crucial for us to figure out what's going on in this case. Yuruko, please, there's no need for such harsh words. The monochrome files aren't your gaming walkthroughs. Mikado's way of putting it, you have to have something to do the trial about. Sometimes we are forced to leave some details out, since you could do like mini games and stuff. What do you mean by that? Let me explain. Well, in short, it's for the fairness of the trial. There are two cases where the monochrome file leaves out information. First are cases where it's just simply impossible to include that information. Prime example being Kokuro's frozen body, making it impossible for us to find the time of death. Even though I have security cameras everywhere, and I know exactly when the time of death is going to happen. Actually, I don't have cameras, per se. It's more of like, I just have everything, because it's all a simulation. And the other case is where the missing detail is exactly what the culprit intended. Wait, come again? For example, let's say our culprit used some tricks so that we can't easily determine the murder weapon. But then if the monochrome file says the murder weapon is a knife, all that hard work done by the culprit would go to waste, no? So in these cases, we intentionally leave out information about the murder weapon. Or at least make it very vague. What, first time I've heard of such a rule? DK does not understand the meta. Because up until now, there is no need for that rule. It's just exactly as Mikado said, this case is such an example of that rule. How's that fair? You're giving the culprit an edge. No, not entirely. If they hide the time of death, that means that there is a reason to do so by the culprit. In other words, when did Setsuka actually die? We should start from there. Wow, okay. I'm gonna actually say yes, surprisingly, because there might be an absorb. Okay, the no absorbs. I guess this is like V3 where leaders decided to not do absorbs. Which he wasn't very good at writing those anyway. I like them, but not Linucci's because he wasn't very good at writing them. Gate records monorail timetable. The Monokuma file. Yeah, Gate records is probably the one I would use here. When did Setsuka die? Last time we saw Setsuka in person was during the breakfast meeting. And we found the corpse around 8 in the evening, right? Correct, I think. We don't have anything to refute that, so between the morning and evening, the truth was cash. Isn't that too long of a gap? There are no witnesses who saw Setsuka after breakfast. Between when we last saw her and the time of discovery, there just has to be randomly searched between them. Yes, Kanade, Sora had a skill you could equip to make it so it shot faster, so that wouldn't happen. I did not equip it in favor of Yuki's skill, which might bite me because I might lose experience points from misses that I gained back from his skill. Oh well. Is there another way to determine the time of Setsuka's death? The body was found in the ghost house, so one way or another, Satsuka must have entered there. If we had some clue related to that, we could probably better estimate Satsuka's time of death. Well, thanks, Liege, for giving me the exact answer I'm looking for. Wait, is that a miss? What? So I because it was in the middle, it was a miss? What? Okay, I have to get on a line, apparently. There was two in between the lines, really? Yeah, I missed 15 already because of that. Yeah. Yeah. No, Nikkei, perhaps we can narrow that time frame further. There was something that came to me while I was investigating. More like you found. Or that Shinji found. Satsuka's body was found in the haunted house, right? So by looking at the gate records, we could probably deduce something. Agreed. After all attractions in Satsuki Land require us to input our handbooks. The gate keeps track of all those records down to every minute. Wait, the gate does record timestamps, but they don't show whoever it was that entered, so we don't know which out of those records is Satsuka. No, not exactly. Just like Sora said, we can assume the time period that Satsuka died using the gate records. Nade? So you can assume the time range just from the gate records? Sora, did you perhaps happen to write down the gate records? Well, yes, I did. Now we're talking. Please, everyone, take a look at this. These are the gate records in the ghost house for today. Wait, Sora, you sure you got everything right? If you, by any chance, got anything wrong, we'll be going on a wild goose chase. Don't worry, it matches with the real one. I have it perfectly memorized. If you say so. Since the timestamps are very crucial to this case, from now, let's all refer to the 24-hour clock to avoid confusion. Oh, I don't like the 24-hour clock, though. As you'd already probably noticed. Now, let's go over them one by one. Now, the most important ones are the ones between 1755 and 1942. These four ID records are 1958. At 1958 are when Sora, Shinji, Yuki, and I had found the body. So we can ignore these. Wait, if these are the records for the whole day, then does that mean the first time anyone entered the haunted house today was at 1755? Correct. And somebody else soon followed 2 minutes later. KU5P01. This was probably Satsuka. How can you tell just from the timestamps? Because she didn't leave! Oh, I see. This ID had no out records, says Yuki. So this must have been Satsuka, who entered the ghost house and was murdered there. Exactly, in other words, the murder couldn't have happened at any point before 1755, where the haunted house was first used by someone. Watch it happen before... Except it happened in the pool, though, Kanade, and you might have known that, so you might be messing with us. Wait, but these four records at 1958 don't have any out records as well. Well, that's because the thing was deactivated before they left. Wait. Oh yeah, they disable the gate systems when a body is found. I almost dropped the F-bomb on you. Good on you for avoiding that in time. So let's see. We can assume that the person who entered at 7:55 is the culprit. They somehow managed to call Satsuka to the haunted house and entered before her. And probably ambushed her as soon as she entered. Yep, so the time of Satsuka's death would be between 1755 and 20, and the body was found. There was a long period of time before anyone else entered the haunted house since Satsuka entered. The culprit probably used this time to dismember Satsuka's body. Dismember? Just thinking about it, Wait, what? Something felt a little off just now. We received a message from Setsuka right before the parade that she had some business to attend. That was when she had gone to the haunted house to meet the culprit. Wait, something's wrong here? What? Shinji just reminded me by bringing up the chat room. If Setsuka was ambushed from entering the ghost house in 1755, what's up with the message she sent long after that? Oh, you mean the one you guys told me about, the devil or whatnot? That was around 8 in the, 20. What is it? Nothing, I just couldn't help but marvel at your stupidity, Yoruko. What did you say? Didn't we just go over this? Who cares what the screen says about whoever sent the message? Obviously, the culprit stole the hammer from Setsuka and sent us that message. Yeah, but doesn't it only respond to, like, your finger for every input? So, they would have had to, So, they would have, like... I guess they would have taken Setsuka's hand that they cut off and kind of typed it out with it. She's right, if you can use the fingerprints to turn the handbook on, you can send as many fake messages as you'd like. Just like how Emma acted as Kokoro. Wait, there's something else that's bothering me. The culprit entered at 7:55, and Setsuka at 17:57. Who's the person who entered at 1924 and left in 1936? Oh, that's probably me. Nade and Iroha should remember that, right? That's when we were searching for Setsuka in Block A. Oh, you're right. You'd gone to the haunted house. Wait, what? Then shouldn't you have seen the culprit? What do you mean by that? I mean, think about it. The culprit, WN2LB7, entered at 7:55 and left in 1942. If what Kanade said is true, she'd have stayed inside the ghost house taking care of the body. I'm switching between ghost house and haunted house all over the place. It's just that I'm pretty sure that, like, the literal it's like, I know I like things more literal, but, like, no one... When an English speaker says haunted house, they mean the exact same thing as when a Korean speaker might say ghost house, right? So if they have the exact same meanings to each other, then they would be the correct translations of each other. Not localizations or paraphrases, that would be a translation if what they mean by those words is identical. That's what a translation is. So even someone like me who says translations, and who does not like the idea of localization, and thinks that translation should be literal, would still translate it as haunted house, as opposed to ghost house. Oh well. So that means the culprit was in there when you entered the haunted house. Ah, that's what I was wondering about, Nikkei. If Kanade's reasoning is true, then I should have seen the culprit. The haunted house had a blackout at that time, correct? Maybe you missed them in the darkness. There's no way that could have happened. I searched every corner. And I don't think you can miss someone, even in the dark, who's cutting up a whole human body. Sora, are you sure you searched everywhere? Of course, I know it was dark, but... No, not then, after the body was found, when you were investigating. The lights were definitely on, so if you searched thoroughly, you should have seen that place, right? That place. Was there any room for the culprit to hide to take care of the body? She's talking about that place in the entrance? Are you talking about the folding screen near the entrance? So you're suggesting that the culprit hid behind that? Exactly. I'm sure you've all seen it, but the trail of blood in the ghost house all originates from a large pool of blood behind the folding screen. The culprit moved the folding screen from the wall to create a small room between them. With the ghost house being dark, it would be extremely difficult to figure out that there was some room behind it. So that's where the culprit was cutting up Setsuka. But there was a blackout at the ghost house. Would someone really perform such a delicate process in a dark room like that? That's not really a problem. Only 3 people, Setsuka, the culprit, and Sora entered the ghost house. And all they had to do was finish the job before 1923, when Sora entered the ghost house. That would also explain the fireplace being put out. And it doesn't contradict with our parade schedule. Someone sort this out for me, I have no idea what's going on. It's simple. The person who entered at 1755 and left in 1942. That person is the culprit. So we should ask for everyone's alibi at that time. People who don't have an alibi would be... Well, we first have to exclude the people that watched the parade. The parade started at 18 and ended a little over 19 after all. And who are those people? Me, Yuki, Yoruko, Shinji, and Kanade. And DK. DK, I thought you said you were gonna act alone. I was there for article experience. I didn't expect them to be there. And don't try to divide us into separate teams. This is not a time for personal feelings to get involved. Wait, you forgot me! Iroha, but you were with us at the parade. She didn't meet up with us right after the parade had ended, but she does have an alibi. So she does have an alibi. Culprit left the ghost house at 1942, so she couldn't have been the culprit. Thank goodness. That's gonna get flipped on its head later. It's gotta be. So the ones who weren't there are Mikado, Teruya, and Shobai. And Sis. So the culprit is amongst these four? Well, then we don't even have to think about this. It's either Mikado or Shobai. Wait, we do have to think thoroughly about this, bro. Please don't recklessly act by your emotions. What, Yuki, did you call me reckless? You are definitely right. I should act by my emotions. Alright, enough chit-chat over there, you four. One by one, tell us what you were doing between 1755 and 1942. Mikado, Teruya, Shobai, and Ibiki. It's true that these four without any alibis are the most suspicious here. Let's hear what they have to say. Missing abdomen, Iroha's account, unused antibiotics. Okay, we're probably going to use Iroha's account. What were you four doing then? I was simply raising MP in my room. Wrong, but we don't have anything to refute it with. We're seriously here, you scum. I was at the moment doing my item checkup, which don't have anything to refute that with. I don't have any proof, though. I don't have any proof you didn't. Sis, where were you all day? I don't know, I really don't. I didn't go anywhere today. Ah! Endless regret for not equipping that skill. Library, reading books. That's believable. He is usually in the library. Oh, he's not sleeping for once. That's gonna give me this big hint, right? For to follow Kanade's reasoning, there's definitely a suspicious person out of these four. There must be someone here that is lying. Let's go over them one by one. Okay, ready? Yeah, I lost 5 points because I didn't equip that skill. I went for the XP instead. Ibiki, wait, so you're telling me that you didn't go anywhere today? And how do you explain the existence of a witness seeing you enter the haunted house? What? Iroha said she saw you there, right, Iroha? Oh yeah, I saw her a little bit before 18, as I was going to the Mirror Mansion after receiving a message from Setsuka. Wait, 1755, that matches with the timestamp at the gate. The gate, that was when I saw her, I'm sure of it. What? Ibiki entered the ghost house at 1755. Are you sure about that, Iroha? I'm positive. It's definitely Ibiki. She wandered about until finally entering that place. What are you talking about? I never entered there. I never went there. She's crying. Perhaps Iroha mistook someone for Ibiki. She is an idiot, after all. I don't want to hear that from the likes of you. Iroha's account has some validity, though. Part of her account was already told to us by her even before by her even before the crime happened. That she was supposed to meet with Setsuka at the Mirror Mansion at 6. Considering both from a location and time standpoint, it does sound persuasive. Then does this mean Ibiki's the culprit? Yeah, why am I the culprit? No, I'm not. I don't remember anything. I just can't recall anything. I'm scared. Suka, help me. Wah. Except she's not here. Sis, wake up. Setsuka's not here anymore. I know I'm the one who caused this, but maybe we should think about this a bit more. Ibiki's been tired ever since yesterday's motive reveal, and to make things worse, Setsuka is no longer with us to comfort her. I'm not saying that my account is false, but the trial has just started, and I can't help but feel bad for Ibiki. Well, you got a point, but you can't deceive the gate records. Crime did happen in the haunted house, and by the gate records, the person who entered at 1755 is the culprit. And Ibiki is that person. Ibiki, if you're really innocent, answer us. What were you doing at that time? I don't know, I can't remember, I just can't. My, it seems like we have a total ability on our hands. Is that a word? Does it mean like a baby-like thing? Well, I think we are pretty much done here. As Yuki said, the gate records are decisive evidence. She probably didn't expect her trials to be caught by the gate records. The trails, there's no doubt that she's the culprit. DK, you Byakuya. But don't you think she's acting a bit weird if she's the culprit? Kanade, what do you think about this? She is your family. Do you think she is the culprit? To be honest, I figured this would happen since the investigation. What do you mean? Sis was always like that. The more she is cornered, the more she reverts back to her childlike manner. Oh! And if that brought to its extreme, she loses her memory. What kind of nonsense is that? It's something that I only knew when her puppy that she raised when she was young died, when her best friend was severely injured after falling down the stairs, when some of the melody rhythm staff went missing, and so it repeats today as well. You all saw it, right? Sis being frozen like a lifeless puppet. I suspected this from her amnesiac state back at the trial entrance. I don't know anything. Wow. In other words, Ibiki did indeed murder Setsuka, but she herself doesn't recall it? That is indeed a possibility. Doesn't it all this sound too unrealistic? It does sound like nonsense, but Ibiki's state ever since yesterday's motive reveal was extremely unnatural. Kanade literally pinned the crime on Ibiki. I'm sorry, my guess is getting more reinforced by this. It might actually be true. Wait, Kanade, isn't that a contradiction? Ibiki being mentally unstable, killing the only person who is keeping her sane? Doesn't make sense. If this really is the culprit, then I might have an idea on why she kills Setsuka. Now why is that? Each of Setsuka's body parts were laid on each pillar on the altar, right? Did anyone take a glance at the signpost in front of the altar? Are you really gonna do this, Kanade? Sacrifice your precious one. Then the devil will be incarnated in front of you to grant your wishes. Or something along those lines. Ibiki really wanted to make a consultation to Satan. You don't say. Yep, Setsuka was someone precious to Sis. She killed and butchered Setsuka, all to grant her wish. Eek. What kind of nonsense is that? That's just a made-up gimmick of an attraction. You're telling me she actually believed that? She wasn't herself the moment she saw the motive video. She was an idiot to begin with, but she was driven to a state where she couldn't tell apart fiction from reality. What kind of wish could it have been? If she wanted it so badly, even if it cost her her precious friend? Our parents had died. What? I know it's because our motive videos had been the exact same. Our parents have been ambushed and killed. That is our motive video. So yours was like mine. And Ibiki wanted to save her parents? Ibiki in her weakened mind might have tried to grant her wish through sacrificing Setsuka, a precious friend to her? The trial hasn't ended yet, nor has the culprit been confirmed. But at least know that what my sister is like, and this is all based on that. Whatever happened, the fact that my sis is the most suspicious one here is inevitably true. I want to go home, I had enough. Mom, Dad, Suka, help me. No, I don't want this. She broke down. Now they do something. We can't do anything right now if she's like that. Try to console her like you usually do. It's useless. Nothing will calm Sis down now. At this point, it's almost been confirmed that she's the culprit. How could you be so calm about this? She's your family. I mean, I can't help it. She tried to survive and escape this place alone. Poor little Sis. I feel so bad for you. Except she's actually your big sis. But, you know. So adorable. Vicky, don't cry over here and say something. Did she really kill Setsuka? Try to remember. I don't know. I want to go home. Yuruko, I'll try to talk to her. Sora, is Ibiki really the culprit? Even if the gate records are decisive evidence, is it enough to decide the culprit on its own? If she really is the culprit, there must be something more than this. I should present that to her, memoryless or not, so that a truth that everyone can accept will surface. Terminate talk shooting. I forgot which thing this is. Is this the rhythm game? Yeah, it's this. Okay. Oh, those are, you can shoot those, okay. Yeah, sweet. Hairpin dropped. What? What did I do wrong? Why do I have to do this all over? Leave me alone! I put it in the background window. It should be, it's probably not hairpin dropped, it's probably dropped hairpin, right? Because, for some reason, that matters. Why am I accidentally hitting the Windows key? really failing now. Okay, dropped hairpin at the ghost house. I suck. Hibiki, there is decisive evidence that she went to the ghost house. When the announcement for the class trial was made, I found and returned her hairpin that was dropped on the ground. You're going to say that you don't even remember that as well, right? Sob. What are you talking about, Sora? Biki's hairpin was dropped on the ground at the altar. At that time, I didn't think much of it and returned it to her immediately. Wait, what? Sora, you found Siz's hairpin at the ghost house? I see. Sora was the one who tied Ibiki's hair back up during the investigation. Wait, that's crucial evidence. Why didn't she mention this before? I didn't think that she'd be the culprit at that time. And I just thought that she had dropped it somehow right then and there. Ibiki's hair was untied when Satsuki's body was found, right? But the Ibiki I saw entering the ghost house at 1755, she had her hair tied up. So that would mean that she got her hair untied doing some business at the ghost house? Wait, how should she have not noticed her hair being untied? This all feels too forced for the culprit to leave her belongings so easy to find at the crime scene. Right. Too forced? Yuki is right. Are you implying that someone might have tried to frame Ibiki? I agree, that this result is a bit sloppy. Too many unanswered questions. But forced or not, there is an undeniable truth here. That this hairpin was dropped at some point in the ghost house, and my sister had entered the ghost house today. Memoryless or not, she definitely entered that place. But according to the gate records, and excluding Setsuka and Sora, there's only one person who entered the ghost house, and that person is the culprit. Thanks to Iroha's account, we have proved that Sis entered the ghost house. I rest my case. The hairpin evidence confirms this. Prosecutor Kanade. That is quite undeniable indeed. I don't know, I really don't remember anything. Anyone, please help. Right, Kanade's here for me. Kanade, help. I only have Kanade. Kanade's always by myself. Kanade, help. Wake up, Ibiki. No one's at your side right now. Eek. There is no mom or dad. No Tsuka or whatever. There's nobody to help you right now. Stop being such a crybaby baby and admit it. There's too much evidence pointing to you as the culprit. Kanade? I don't want to do this either, sis. But with the hairpin and everything, even I can't cover for you anymore. You killed Setsuka. Me? I killed Tsuka? Why? Did I really? By those words, are you admitting that you did it? If what Kanade said is true, Ibiki should have no memory of that. That is why she's acting like this. If we could explain what happened in this case with reason, maybe she'd be able to remember her crimes. And admit to it. Wait, if that's true, then Ibiki herself doesn't even know what she did. Can we really vote someone with that much uncertainty? The class trial should be run with the given evidence as the basis. If the suspect pointed by evidence logically refutes, and there are no contradictions in that, we need to find another possibility. This didn't refute anything. There is really no other evidence to prove her innocence either. I might have killed her. I don't have any memory ever since this morning. Maybe with the motive and all, I might have killed Tsuka, like Kanade said. No. Sis? I guess this is the end, right? Well, this feels it ended too quickly. That's meta. To do such horrible things to Setsuka only to get caught this easily despite the gate records? Well, Kanade is smart after all. She did single-handedly solve the last trial as well. Well, that was easier than I expected. Why you do it, sis? Why'd you kill someone? This is when Yuki shows up, right? Yuki's gonna, like, interject with, like, this... some sort of Japanese cool-sounding interjection, I presume. Was it really because you wanted to grant some wish? I don't know, Kanade. What should I do? I'm scared. I can't remember anything and I'm going to die. Wah. Is this really the end? In the investigation, I expected this case to be much to get tougher. But she got caught already. I feel like I should object. But there's too much evidence backing her into a corner that I don't know what to say. This is where Yuki comes in, right? Is it already over? Wait. We should think it through once more. Ah, it's less dramatic. Okay, so he interjects, but less dramatically. I think Abiki's the culprit. I just want to get out of this place. This is too much. I don't know about that. I do agree that Abiki is almost certainly the culprit, but this ended too abruptly. Well, it seems that you're unsure about this. I'll ask you one more time. Have you chosen Abiki as the culprit? This is like the meta thing where it's like, the mastermind doesn't want them to pick the wrong person because that ends the killing game. But they don't want the killing game to end. So let's be like, let's keep strawing it out until you change your mind. Those cards are stacked entirely against the blackened. Entirely. Can I take the silence as yes? Well, what are we to do then? Abiki herself admitted it. I don't know what to do anymore. Let's just end this. Very well. I feel as exhausted as you do, but I guess there's one way to end this. Now then, everyone, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. With the answer be the truth or not. Now. Okay. So Yuki kind of objected, but was weak sauce. And then Shobai comes in. Unbelievable. How the hell did you guys even survive 2 of these? Shut up and listen to me. I'm running this trial now. I need more than 9 lives if I left this up to you. Logic refresh is about to begin. Would you like an explanation? Which one is it? What's logic refresh? I'll just see what it is. Oh, it's this thing. Oh, whoops, I asked for like a tutorial. Oh, if I only would have got... Oh, why did Kokoro have to die? Okay then. Well, nailed that one at least. I can do the show by you. What's up with you? Always carried by us and now you're suddenly here to run things? Careful, he might be trying to distract us. The pool gate records. Sora? Wait, the reason we focused on the ghost house was because Setsuka's body was found there. The gate records had an ID without an out record, right? So? There's another attraction with the ID that has no out records. Really? It's the pool. Everyone please look at this. These are the pool gate records for today that I've taken note of. Huh? You're right. The person who entered at 7:24 in U30D2 has no out records. What's going on? That's weird. There was no one there when I went there. Oh, so the person that entered at 1910... 1910, I don't see that on this at all. On the picture, what? Left at 1915 was you. When you were searching for Setsuka, right? Oh, I guess that's like under the text box. Okay. Yeah, I went straight to the pool as soon as I entered Block C. According to these records, shouldn't there have been someone who investigated there? I don't remember seeing anybody. Oh, shouldn't I have seen someone who investigated there? Right, they were hung out in the pool until they just kind of... Yeah, they were just Oh, I see how you can have a no-out record. you don't leave until the body discovery announcement. I see. So that student handbook was just lying around in there. There's a student handbook lying around in there until the body discovery announcement happened. Well, there was an ID without an out record at the ghost house, even when I didn't find anyone at the ghost house, remember? There could have been a hidden space in the pool like the ghost house, or this is trying to explain why Yuruko didn't find someone there. Anyways, it's true that the pool also had an ID without an out record. So this is something we shouldn't just gloss over. Sorry, I knew it was suspicious, but Ibiki's reaction was so convincing that so you knew about this. Have you lost your mind? You knew this and let those idiots choose that brat as the culprit? I could say the same about you. Why are you suddenly helping us? She's right. You always made fun of us. You know, I'm the guy who tries to live his life as efficiently as possible. Which basically means selfishly as possible. I can't allow any damages or any loss of resources with every action. If a problem can be solved without any of my effort, why even bother? Most anti-Jesus attitude possible. Well, look what happened here when I left this in your hands. We're about to fail the trial and you're going to cost me my life. All of my efficient philosophies are worthless when I'm dead, right? My own life is more important than so what? How can we believe you? Shinji, wait, let's just let him do whatever he wants to do. Are you sure we'll be alright? Shobai's literal definition of self-centered. He only cares about himself. For him to act like this probably means that we're wrong. To be honest, I felt that something was wrong even before Shobai brought it up. Shobai, by us failing the trial, are you implying that Ibiki's not actually the culprit? Of course, why the hell would I be talking like this if I wasn't? Be grateful, you all were just saved from certain doom. But don't worry, you can all pay up big time after this is over. What's up with that attitude? You think you're smart? Or Kanade is much smarter than you. Smartest girl here didn't even check the gate records of the other attractions? Heh, we're even more fucked than I thought. The pool gate records, of course, I checked them. And that you didn't object to all this? Whether the pool was an out record or not, the body was still found in the ghost house. Isn't it a natural procedure to focus on the crime scene where the body was found? That reminds me. What? Yeah, I'm so terrible sorry for interrupting, but I mentioned this to Sora, right, that the pool today was closed during the daytime. Doesn't that have anything to do with? What do you mean by that, bro? Oh, well, around 12 in the daytime or so, I went to the pool to take a break and work myself out. But it was sanitation time, so I ended up just coming back empty-handed. Pool sanitation time? There was a small sign in front of it. It said not to enter, and if you did, you will be punished by the school rules. Wait, I never heard of that, about that. I guess I forgot to mention this, but the pool in Satsuka Land goes into sanitation once in every week. During that time, all the water in the pool is drained, and there are a lot of chemicals involved. So we keep everyone out. If I don't mention the violating the rule part, someone might just barge in and get in danger. So it was an empty threat, okay. Well, I guess no one would risk their lives to enter there. But that's most confusing. I recall that today was not the day for pool sanitation. Oh, I shouldn't say this. The teacher should stay out the class trial. What? So that means that there was a... Except when you did. So that means there was a picket even though it wasn't pool sanitation time? Don't you get it? That was put there by the culprit. Why do such a thing? Simple. They have some very important business in the pool that required nobody coming in. In other words, Satsuka didn't die at the ghost house, but rather at the pool. Is that what you're trying to say, Shobai? Yeah, you were all wrong, and that girl's been spouting nonsense. Shobai, wait, I understand that the pool also had an ID without an out record. But that alone doesn't disprove that the ghost house isn't a possible place where Satsuka died. What do you mean? You say Satsuka could have died in either places. But Satsuka couldn't have been in two different places at the same time. Shut up, I'm going to explain why the murder couldn't have happened inside the ghost house. You, albino, pull out the gate records for the ghost house again. Don't order me around, though I will show the records. So, by your little theory, the person who went out at 7:57 went out at 17, you mean in? Person who went in? 17:57 is Satsuka Chebukuro, right? Because only that idea has no out record. And the WN, whoever entered at 7:55 and left at 1942 is the culprit. So that would mean that at least up until 1757, Tetsukache Bukuro was alive. Gilbert left in 1942, so she had at most 1 hour and 45 minutes to do everything she needed to do. What about that? Idiots, you think that time is enough to chop up someone like that? Well, we never tried it ourselves, so... Let me tell you ignorant brats something. It's impossible. You need at least 1 more hour. What? How hard can it be to chop someone up? Explain. Especially on a case like this. What do you mean? I looked into the corpse. The edges were trimmed off extremely clean. They didn't just cut it, they stitched it up so that the insides wouldn't flow out. Whatever it is. Oh, they stitched it. Okay. I actually skipped the line, but they had to put the stitches in. Okay, I guess that might have taken a while. As if there was such a disgusting professional amongst us. If there was, that'd be you. You're a criminal, right? You even stabbed Sora without hesitation on the first day here. Well, I guess I could do it, but that's all the more reason I can guarantee this. There's no way someone can manage such a task in less than 2 hours, even for a professional. If anyone else said that, it would have sounded like nonsense. Coming from Shobai, a criminal on active duty. My, do you know how to persuade someone? So they stitched up the ends? What? Well, so they used the medical kit to stitch the ends? Okay. Like, the typo written truth bullet text didn't explain to me that the ends got stitched. So that's why they used the medical kit, okay, to stitch the ends, and they used it in the pool. That would have been, if that would have been clearly explained by the truth bullet text, I would have been able to figure that out. Well, I entirely agree with you. It should be tough with just the dismemberment, but the crime doesn't end there. The culprit needed to carefully put each body part on the pillar, create some room behind the folding screens, and in case someone enters, turn off all sources of light. And in fact, Sora did enter there. Turning out the light is the final step. You can't dismember a body under no light. Since it's impossible to predict who will enter, they would need to be given a lot of time before they finally turn off the lights. But doing all that in 1 hour and 45 minutes, well, does it look possible now? All those stitches. It certainly does feel impossible, even excluding the dismemberment. And most importantly, blood traces were found, but no pieces of flesh were found in the ghost house. They couldn't have somehow taken care of the flesh parts? Hello, have you been listening to only half an ear? I said that she had to take care of the insides. There needs to be cut off. I love how like the translator is presuming the pronoun is she here. There needs to be cut off flesh ends lying somewhere around, which the ghost house didn't have. Now, if it was the pool, you could get rid of the flesh and blood by drowning them in the drain. The killer didn't cut the body in the ghost house, then what was up with all the blood? Right, I thought it would be natural to have that much blood lying around. Suzuka's body was cut off in that place. Or cut off. If the killer didn't happen in the ghost house, then as Yoruko said, it wouldn't make sense for there to be trails of blood there. And considering its large quantity, it would be wrong to assume that it would be spilt blood from moving the body around. So that blood is Teruya's account. The blood packs. Maybe the blood isn't from Setsuka, but for the blood packs at the infirmary. The blood packs at the infirmary? But that's the last game! We don't have any proof that anybody used them. Wait, I know, I saw them disappear. I told this to Sora, right? All the blood packs had disappeared just this morning. Yes, because of Teruya's account, this is a sure possibility. Wait, you even checked the infirmary items? I believe that this was something only I could do, so I was going to try and cover as much ground as possible. Teruya, if you had noticed the blood packs being taken, you should have at least told us that. Do you really not trust us that much? Oh wait, did something happen between you guys? We can talk about that later, this isn't the focus right now. What do you think, Shobai? What do you mean, what do you think? Of course that's what happened. Though I didn't expect there to be a freak here that keeps record of all that. There's a bunch of empty blood packs thrown away near the ghost house. All the blood in the ghost house is fake, a small performance by the culprit. Only Shobai checked the trash. Why go through the hassle of I tried to divert our attention to the ghost house. And sure enough, we were all focused on the ghost house until Shobai stood up. Like Shobai said, even when we went over last time, and about the facts that the place the body was found, isn't necessarily the place the person was killed, shock factor of the scenery of the ghost house was enough for us to gloss over that. If they had put in that much effort into the ghost house, to make us think that the ghost house is where Setsuka was killed means that the actual crime happened at the pool, not at the ghost house. Uh-huh. It was a trick by the culprit to make you not even think twice about any place other than the ghost house. But to use all those blood packs, what if someone needs a blood transfer or something? You don't need to worry about that. I'll make sure to replenish the stock after the trial. With what, though? There's still more? Well, the amount of blood used is a lot less than the actual amount of blood packs taken. You call that a lot less? Let's just leave that at that for now. Maybe they miscalculated the amount of blood they needed. The important part is that the crime happened at the pool. You all got that part, right? Well, the only attractions and ideas with no out records were the ghost house and the pool. And we just discussed the fact that the ghost house couldn't have been the place where Setsuka died. If you guys had something called brains, maybe I wouldn't be doing this much work. When did Shobai become the MVP of this trial? That thing is smart after all. Probably even more so than Kanade, with my cute little smile face. We all know you like him. So unfortunate he only uses it for selfish gains. Kanade, what's wrong? I got some more sprites to share with you all. I've been listening to you all this time, but you're quite the comedian, aren't you? All these contradictions, yet you stick to your delusions. Well, sure, let's just assume that the ghost house wasn't the place where Setsuka died. Man, someone had to draw a lot of Kanade sprites. Then what about the pool? Are you saying that the pool is a possible place? Is it not? Sora, the pool gate records. Sorry? The pool gate records, show them to me. Alright. We can ignore the last two records made by Yoruko when we were searching for Setsuka. Let's take a look at the ones before then. Whether it's the pool or the ghost house, there is an ID without an out record, and that's Setsuka. We're all on the same page about that, right? That Setsuka's ID should be the one that entered it 1724 in U30D2. Yep. Look at the gate records here. Only two IDs entered at 844 and 845, and left at 922 and 954 respectively. In other words, there was no one at the pool between 954 until 1254. And we only have one suspect left, CN9FU3, who entered at 1254. If Setsuka died at the pool, the person with this ID must be the culprit, right? I guess so. What about that? Shobai said that the ghost house wasn't a possible suspect, as there wasn't enough time for the culprit, but our suspect at the pool, CNFU3, left only 1 minute after Setsuka had entered. What? Says Yoruko. Now a quote from your own words, Shobai. Idiots, you think that time is enough to chop up someone like that? About 2 hours, maybe 1 minute? Even if Setsuka died immediately upon entering, it would be impossible. But by that logic, is it impossible for both the ghost house and the pool to be the crime scene? Wait, even if the pool is where Setsuka died, we found the body at the ghost house. Couldn't they just kill Setsuka at 1724 and immediately leave with the body? I see, after all, what do gates matter to a dead body? So you're saying that the culprit somehow took care of the crime scene at the pool, and left at 1754 carrying Setsuka's dead body to the ghost house? If the pool is the place, then this is the only way the culprit could have. I'm sorry to inform you, but that is also impossible. How come? Man, this... When someone makes a face like... faces like this just make me want to punch people. Oh, it's just a cartoon sprite, but the pool is at Block C, while the ghost house is at Block A. There are completely opposite sides of the park. Do you think anyone would walk that distance without getting caught carrying a dead body of all things? By your theory, the culprit needed to leave immediately after killing Setsuka, leaving no time for cutting up the body. Then they went back at the start. We're back at the start. Even if you somehow cheesed it and made it to the ghost house, it would be too late if you start the dismemberment then. And negate records for the ghost house. Then what? Where did Setsuka die, and how did she end up like that? This seems theoretically impossible. Well, I admit that my first theory was debunked by Shobai. That means I have to start from square one. No need for that. The crime is still possible even if we assume that Setsuka Cheibukuro died at the pool. Really? Now what nonsense are you on about? This is a clear contradiction here. Bullshit. It is all possible if there is an accomplice. An accomplice? No, there isn't. Shobai, you might not know this since you were always sleeping, but accomplices cannot exist. Even if there is an accomplice who helped the real culprit, only one person can win and escape. There are no benefits to becoming an accomplice. Shut up and just listen to me. Well, the older sis from the twins that you guys suspected, yeah, she's definitely not the Blackened. That's for sure. But she did enter the ghost house and left the hairpin there, so it's hard to say that she isn't unrelated to this case. So you're saying that my sis is an accomplice? Wait, what's that supposed to mean? You said it yourself, you don't have any memory, and you lose memory when you're in a pinch. An accomplice who helped the crime, but lost the memory of doing so. Don't you think that's too good of an opportunity to miss? What are you trying to say? By my theory, the real culprit used their twin sis in their own crimes. Give her a big mental shock or two, and use her as an accomplice. Once the deed is done, her memory will disappear, concealing the existence of the accomplice. Wait, Shobai, but that raises some questions. If that's true, then the culprit needs to know the fact that Yubiki loses her memory if she receives a mental shock. Well, duh, that's why the person who knows that is the real culprit. Well, I don't like how Shobai points her out that early, but in these lineage cases I learned from the first game, they do tend to point out the culprit kind of early. Like before the intermission, so this isn't too odd. And Shobai, we're gonna say that Shobai's wrong. Shobai's never wrong. Someone who knew that Ibiki's secret used her as an accomplice. Knew about Ibiki's secret. I just noticed a kind of a pattern though. Wait, the only person who really knew that fact was a pattern that might ensue having to do with the power characters. You see, Kokoro is the person who like figured everything out and was like, you know, the power character of the first trial, even though Shobai figured everything out too. The next chapter she gets killed as the victim. So that leaves it to Kanade to act as the power character in that trial. And of course Shobai knows the answer too, but she then might get killed as the Blackened. So that will then leave Shobai to be the power character of the next trial. Which means he's gonna get killed in chapter 5. He's gonna like solve, he's kind of being the character, no, Kanade's power character in chapter 2, okay. Sorry, I got it mixed up, I don't know why, that was a brain fart. Shobai rose to be the power character in this trial. That means in chapter 4 he's gonna get killed. Wait, the only person who readily knew that fact was Script cache, line 106, RGSS error occurred. Failed to create bitmap. Notice it likes to crash there. Crashed there twice already. Okay, so let's see how long ago my old save file was. There's a Biki. Okay, this big argument. This whole like attorney sort of standoff thing between Kanade and Shobai starts happening. Kanade and Shobai. Man, this was a long dialogue. Okay. The only person who already knew Ibiki's tendency to lose her memories is you, Kanade Oto no Koji. Ironic, you're the one who revealed that fact. Congrats, you scored your own goal. Kanade Oto no Koji, she's the one who did it. Wait a minute, Kanade's the culprit? What, you got a problem with that? Well, not exactly, but she helped us throughout the last trial as well. By that logic, Emma also helped you during Yuri's case as well. Wait, not everyone has been confirmed yet. Everything's been confirmed yet. We can't be sure whether there was an accomplice or not. Shobai, why do you think that these two are the culprit? I mean, I don't know. I know I did the trial by myself because we were about to die if I didn't. But even so, you sure keep your brains only as decorations, don't you? The reason why Shobai is so fixed on Kanade being the culprit. Let's listen to what he has to say. Burnt pool gate records. Bruised corpse. Okay, it's gonna be interesting. Well, there were a lot of reasons to suspect. But first was the state of the corpse. Okay. The state of the corpse, the dismembered corpse, you mean? What do you think was the cause of death? Well, I thought it was the dismemberment. We don't know what about that yet, bro. The file didn't mention the cause of death. The file said something sharp was the murder weapon. The file said. So perhaps she was stabbed by a knife and then dismembered. Then she'd have some traces of being stabbed on her body. Was there none? Every body part was not checked, you... Wait, Nikkei, did you say that we searched through every body part? Yeah, it was hard for my eyes to do it, but we managed to. What you just said reminded me. It seems like every part was carefully laying on the altar. But that's not the truth. One part, to be precise, the abdomen, was missing, right, Shobai? What do you ask for me for? But the girl's right, the body is missing from the hip up to the part below the chest. It's also written in the monochrome file as well, if I remember correctly. The area around the stomach was missing. Wait, the fact that they deliberately got rid of that part, that must mean that there was some clue on the abdomen area. Maybe they stabbed her there, or they might have tried to hide the cause of death. But why? I doubt that there was a reason important enough for them to hide that. There was, actually. I wonder what happens if, like, you have a Danganranpa, and someone kills somebody, but they, like, somehow, like, they bury the body. It's never found. Because the person's missing and no one ever finds the body. Then what? There was, actually. What's that? You might not know this, but the stabbing mark on a body is different depending on the hand that you use. To be sure, you can determine whether the stabber is right-handed or left-handed using the marks. Really? But what does that have to do with hiding the cause of death? They say that only 10% of all people are left-handed. The majority are right-handed, so I reckon that this might be the likely situation amongst us as well. Now, what if the mark indicated that a left-handed person had stabbed the missing abdomen? You're suggesting that the culprit is left-handed? Kanade, I'm asking you just in case, but what hand do you usually use? My left hand. She just admitted it, bingo. That was amazing. You thought all of that just from the missing abdomen? How in the world does your thought process work? There's one thing I'd like to ask Shobai. How did you know that Kanade was left-handed? You did suspect her based on the fact that the culprit was left-handed, right? That girl did some performance thingy on the second island, right in front of the shrine. The guitar she used was left-handed. Okay, you left-handed people who play guitar, do you often actually use a left-handed guitar? I actually kind of know someone who actually who plays a left-handed electric bass. It's a bass, but the stem goes to like your right as opposed to your left. So your right hand is on the fretboard, and your left hand is on the is your what you pluck with the pick or your fingers or whatever style you like to play bass with. It's like reversed. But how common is it actually to do that, where you use like a reversed guitar or a reversed bass? Don't you just deal with it? I mean, they don't make left-handed violins. If you're a lefty, you just bow with your non-dominant hand. Anyway. You remembered that from that long ago? Wait, maybe all of this time were you just pretending that you weren't interested in us, but in reality you were? Don't make me laugh. You might be under the impression that you have finally solved the case with your incredible intellect. But if we're talking about lefties, there are plenty of people who are left-handed besides me. Like Iroha. Wait, what, me? How did you know that I was left-handed? Wait, that doesn't matter right now. You always gripped your pen with your left hand, right? How could anyone miss something that simple? It's kind of inconvenient when you do art because you're like smudging over yourself. I guess she could have done her art like from the upper right corner. Yeah. You don't have to write or do your art the same way you write. In Shobai, you still haven't solved the contradiction of the gate records. You need to move the body from the pool to the ghost house in Block A somehow. Even with the inclusion of an accomplice in crime, that is still impossible. I'm so sorry, Missy, but that ain't quite the case. What? Do you really think that I suspect you just from the stabbing marks? It's just a conviction, but not like the abdomen was actually found, and I had material proof of the stab wounds. I was trying to come up with the reason why the culprit had to go through the hassle of getting rid of that part. And how did you solve the contradiction of the gate records? I'll go over them now. What do you think was the actual reason this contradiction occurred from both the ghost house and the pool in the first place? When a live person must use their handbook in order to go through the gate. But since Setsuka couldn't do that as she was dead, only the inn records will get recorded. So when we ruled out the places without any suspicious out records, only the pool and the ghost house were left. Think about that once more. Only a virtual ID gets saved in the gate records, right? You all assume that that ID was Setsuka's just because it had no out records. So what? Just tell us already. Hasty, to put it simply, all the gate records of the attractions can be manipulated. What? Wait, what? The gates already require you to use your handbooks to enter or leave. How in the world would you manipulate that? Who said anything about using your own handbooks? Lama Crow never once mentioned that you have to use your own handbook. He just simply stated that you need to use a handbook. Then that means... subtleties! Ridiculous subtleties. That's kind of a cheap shot, Linuge. That's a cheap shot. Yep, you could use a handbook of another person to go through the gates. Don't lie to us. How does that make any sense? Well, he tested it, right? He grabbed Iroha's handbook and went through a gate using it. Well, it does. I tried it. Oh, so back when we first arrived at the third island. Oh, perfect timing. One of you, I don't care who, just give me your handbook for a sec. This scene, I don't want to read it again. So the reason you took Iroha's handbook was to try that out? Yeah. Everyone, do you know what this means? It means that our basis for the gate records was wrong from the start. But even if what Shobai said is true, it only became harder or even impossible for us to identify who was who. Nope, if you assume that the gate records were rigged and reverse the thinking process, the case begins to unfold. My theory is this. Setsuka Chebukuro died at the pool. The time of death was probably around this morning. Morning? Give me the records again. I'll go over them one by one for you. As you said, Setsuka Chebukuro went somewhere by the culprit's request, and that was the pool. Got that? If you look at the pool gate records, Setsuka Chibukuro's ID is probably IS3J72. Who went in at 0845. DJ6SX7, or should I say Mr. Kanade over there. Why would you do that in the translation like that? Kanade-san over there entered 1 minute ahead of her. But that would mean that Miss Little Sis left at 9:22. Only 40 minutes to spare. That's where the accomplice comes into play. Call it the twin sisters of the accomplice, remember? 9:22 is exactly when she entered the pool. Using the handbook of her little sis. And it registered as an out. What's going on right now? I didn't quite understand. Me too. Oh, I see Kanade has her sis is waiting outside. The handbook from inside. Have handed her sis. The gates only check if a human being passes through them, so objects do not matter. The little shit was thrown the corpse by the slightly littler shit. Was shown the corpse. Just as we were told, she received a mental shock and loses her sanity. Becoming the best crime tool ever, an accomplice that loses her memory. After that, littler shit left the swimming pool at 9:54, setting up the pool sign so that no one will enter. Wait, what? I thought that the out record at 9:54 was IS3JZ2. Wasn't that Setsuka? According to this theory, she would have already died at that point. Now it's been confirmed that you can use a handbook that belongs to another. That would have been Ibiki using Setsuka's handbook. What about after that? The littler shit came back at 12:54, carrying the tools needed to dismember the corpse. She used her own handbook at this time. After spending about 5 hours cutting the body up, they both left at 17:24 and 17:25 with the body pieces. Probably got rid of the sign at that point. The little shit throws the sign over the gate at 17:24. And the littler shit puts the sign back in the swimming pool and leaves at 17:25. It's as simple as that. Here they can use their own handbooks this time. Now what do you think will be the end results of the gate records if we follow these steps? The end result, well, oh, Hibiki used Kanade's handbook when entering the pool, right? Since Kanade's ID already had an in record, it would show an out record. So when Hibiki went through the gates, the resulting output would have an in record. I see, so that's how the pool had an ID without an out record. If we apply Shoubai's theory, the actual reality of the pool gate records would be like this. 854 and 845, those two set records would have been Kanade and Setsuka, respectively. And the out record at 922 would be Hibiki using Kanade's handbook to enter the pool. The out record at 954 was Kanade using Setsuka's handbook to leave. And she entered with her own handbook with the tools at 1254. Finally, after she dismembered the body, both she and Hibiki left at 1725 and 1724 respectively. Here, even though Hibiki was already inside the pool, this was the first time she used her handbook. On the gate, which resulted in an in input. An in output. An output of in. Thus the ID without the out record in U30D2 was not Setsuka, but actually Hibiki. It's getting a bit complicated. Could you give me a simpler explanation? Soi's explanation was simple enough. You couldn't even understand that? Well, she is an idiot after all. But, everyone's just dissing everyone into, like, a pulp. Wait, but I get that you're assuming that the culprit used the time between 1754 and 1724 to dismember... 1254 to 1754 to dismember the body. You need ample time after all. But it took 3 hours for the culprit to return to the pool from 954 to 1254. And do you think that it would take 3 hours for me, the culprit, according to your theory, to just find the dismemberment tools? Who cares? Signposts would have kept anyone out of the pool anyway. You had loads of spare time. Iroha, you said that you saw Hibiki enter the ghost house a bit before 18, right? So that must have been 1755 when they arrived from the swimming pool. It must have been then that the twins moved the corpse to the ghost house. After all, the body was actually found there. But how? Come again? I told you this before, how could you move from block C to A without getting caught? The only thing Shobai deduced is how the gate records can't be explained, and how the murder could have happened in the pool. Even he doesn't know how the body was moved, right? He definitely has a point. The corpse had the head, body, arms, both arms, apparently. Hands, legs, and feet. 10 pieces altogether. How could you manage to move them without getting caught? First ever record of someone entering the ghost house was 1755. Since we have Iroha as a witness, we can surely say that it was Hibiki who entered at that time. But by Shoubai's theory, the culprit left the pool at 1755, leaving only 30 minutes to move the body to the ghost house. How do we know that there was an accomplice? It would take half the time to an effort to move all the body pieces, right? So each carries 5 total pieces. Do you really think that's possible? I'm sorry. Maybe they had some sort of bag that had the corpse inside, you know, the ones in movies and manga. Corpse bag. What if someone finds you? How are you going to explain it to them? What if they open the bag or something? That really is the main problem. Forget the time constraints, you need to stealthily move the body without getting caught. I just have an incredible solution. What is that, DK? The monorail. We have the monorail that goes around each department in Satsuki Land. To use that, it would take around 5 minutes from each department to department, and as a plus, you wouldn't be seen as well. Well, that's right. Monorail. Sure, you can use the monorail to move without being seen, and save time as well. But is it really possible for the culprit to use the monorails? Nika, I'm afraid it's impossible. How come? It's definitely a possibility. No, by your theory, by the theory we're going with, the culprit must have moved the corpse between 1725 and 1755. If you see the monorail timetable, you'll quickly see that the monorails weren't active at that time. What, really? Monocro did say that the monorails were only active every other hour. That's probably right. It was at Setsuki Land early for the... I was at Setsuki Land early for the 6:18 parade, or whatever, but I don't recall seeing any monorails pass by. Monorail. Yeah, that's right, Newsy, you said it. She used the monorails. What, but didn't Sora just say that? Shut up and listen. First, she leaves the pool at 17:25 and moves the pieces to the Block C monorail station. This shouldn't take long, right? She will be moving within the same department. She then leaves the corpse there and uses Setsuka's handbook to call out Airhead Girl to the Mirror Mansion. Then the older sis moves to the ghost house at Block A to deliberately be seen entering the ghost house by the Bubblehead Girl. She did it on purpose? Why do such a thing? Probably to accuse Obiki as a culprit in the trial. And we actually did so in the beginning of the trial based on Iroha's account. Wait, why do y'all think of me when you heard Bubblehead Girl? Because that's what he was talking. That's who he was referring to when he said Bubblehead Girl. I mean, you are bubbleheaded after all. Mikado, why are you picking on Iroha? Why don't you pick on someone your own size, you worthless criminal? You'll kill yourself. My broken heart. You shut up for a second, I'm trying to focus, damn it. First, 17:55, the older sis entered the ghost house to cut the fuse and put out the fire to make the ghost house dark. Next, she has to hurry, because there's another gate for the record, only 2 minutes after she entered. So she used Setsuka Cheibukuro's handbook. When she entered, she used her own when leaving the place. This way, only 2 in outputs get recorded, and she leaves no sign that she ever left the place. We all saw the parade together at 6, right? 8, right? The littler shit goes to see that while the little shit goes to the Block A monorail station. The monorail will start moving at 18, so she rides it from Block A to C, carries the body parts back to Block A through the monorail. This way you'll be able to solve both the time and stealth issue. Amazing, looks to be impossible at first, but now that we have a clear grasp of what actually happened. And so, what's next? Continue. There's not much left after this. Hide the body parts somewhere near the ghost house. And after confirming that white-haired girl over there left at 16:36, go inside the ghost house with the body. Here, you again use Setsuka Cheibukuro's handbook at the gate. Since they used Setsuka's handbook when first entering the ghost house, this time the resulting output would be an out record. Exactly, everything left is simple. Set up the corpse on the altar and create a pool of blood using the blood packs. And then, it's finished. The newly reformed ghost house. Now, with an actual corpse. Now, the ghost house gate records, until this point, can be summed up to this. How is this? This the result of this case? Kanade Otono Koji as the culprit, and Ibiki Okono Koji as the evidence. That can't be. Honestly, we consider Shobai's usual behavior and take into account it's hard to trust him, but it's logically sound and his reasoning is perfect. Kanade? Are you really the culprit? Did you really murder Suka? And I helped you without any knowledge of that? What should I do? I don't know what to do. Sis, don't cry. That beardy hag is just talking nonsense. Got any rebuttals? Are you really thinking to yourself that you really cracked this case? Let's get straight to the point. You're completely wrong, full of contradictions again. And to marvel at this stupid of a theory. My, you all have questionable brains, don't you? What part of it is a contradiction? As much as this theory has holes like in a Swiss cheese, the main problem are 2 big contradictions. Shobai, you told us that after leaving the pool, we left the body at the station and used the monorail to move it to the ghost house, right? Remind us, whose handbook did we use when entering the ghost house? He said it was Setsuka's. And you think that's possible? Isn't it possible the culprit must have had her handbook ever since she was murdered? Everyone, you might be able to pass through the gates using someone else's handbooks. But only handbooks that are active are valid in this case. Shobai? Shit, you're right, I made a mistake. I see. Even if you have Setsuka's handbook, only Setsuka herself can turn it on. Why does that matter? We had the same issue with Emma, but she used Kokuro's fingers. No, bro, that was possible because Emma cut and kept Kokuro's fingers. Shobai specifically said the culprit left the corpse at the station. According to this theory, you would never be able to turn Setsuka's handbook on at the ghost house. It takes a long time to arrive at Block A from C, even at running speed. Even if you use Setsuka's hand to turn the handbook on before you leave, it'll be turned off by the time you reach the ghost house. You're right, as we discussed in the last trial, the touchscreen lock of the handbook's sleep mode requires the owner's fingerprints. Wait, speaking of Emma, why did the culprit use the method Yuki just mentioned? The method Yuki just mentioned? You mean cutting the fingers off and carrying them? Impossible. Setsuka's wrists were cut off. Her fingers were all fine. I mean, you could just carry those hands to turn the handbooks on. No, that's probably not it. Then we'd again have the problem of how to carry the body without getting caught. And if hands are small compared to the whole body, they still have considerable size, and you're doomed. If they bleed, there's too much risk at hand. Haha, at hand. Maybe they managed to luckily carry the body without getting caught. Really, let's assume that the culprit somehow solved this issue, and let's go over the next problem. Can we really go over this issue that easily? Well, actually, we have a bigger problem here. Shobai said that the culprit hid the body parts near the ghost house to wait until Sora left the place. Emma asks you where that place is. How in the world can you find a place to hide 10 body pieces? If there was a pile of body parts near the ghost house, anybody would have noticed it. It would seem unnatural if you hid it all inside a bag. But if you hid them separately, it would take time for the culprit to gather back the pieces. You're not really going to say that the culprit also managed this through luck as well, are you? Well, if you are, we have our trusty Sora. She searched every nook and cranny near the ghost house, right, Sora? Oh yeah, I searched not only inside the house, but also the outside as I was leaving the place. If there was a corpse hidden near the ghost house, I would have noticed it right away. No way, maybe it's not the ghost house. Hide it somewhere else other than the ghost house? Poor old Shobai. Well, we searched every place as well. Every other place as well. Sora, Iroha, and I searched basically everywhere in Block A, and there were no other options. Shobai. Dude, who do you think I'm suspecting here? You're saying that you, who I suspect is the culprit, reached search Block A. I mean, do I really need to say more? What do you mean? She just has to hide the body in the place that she searched in. She's the culprit, and all she has to do is say there was nothing there. So correct me if I'm wrong, Shobai. You're saying the body was hidden at the complete opposite side of the park from the ghost house? What? The place I investigated was that area, the storehouse, and beyond. I hate to break it to you, little Shobai, but that's a bit too far away from the ghost house. Don't you think? You little Wait. What about that? Is there a problem with it being too far? We can't move the body around, then there's everyone running about at Block A, right? The culprit must have moved the body parts at least after Sora left the ghost house, which is 1936. According to the gate records, the culprit carried the body parts 6 minutes later at 1942, right? So that's it. If you had the body parts too far away from the ghost house, you wouldn't be able to retrieve them within the next 6 minutes. Sora even said that she looked outside the ghost house, so she would have stayed there at least 1 to 2 minutes after that. So we only have 4 to 5 minutes to move the body parts. If you want to move all 10 corpse pieces within that time limit, you would have hid it somewhere close to the ghost house. Wait, both older sis and younger sis are in it together according to Shobai, right? So they moved them together. Told you it's impossible even for 2 people. They would have to make 2 round trips even if there was an accomplice. Even in the case that we hid it in the nearest storehouse. Nice drift. It's impossible to make 2 round trips within 4 minutes. Unless you have teleportation skills, that is. Teleportation, does that mean Mikado is? Wait, even the rules mention that I cannot use magic in murders. You do remember that, right? You haven't forgotten about it, or me, right? Or me, right? Then what's exactly going on here? Shobai, is there another way? See, we're all ignoring you because you made such an idiotic comment. I think you mean they're ignoring you. Be quiet in the peasant gallery over there. Was Shiobai's theory wrong? Kanade definitely has a point there. What kind of method did the culprit actually use? I'm really gonna use the fireplace to drop down individual pieces. Impossible to move the corpse that fast. That might have been what I was supposed to shoot. Shiobai's theory is wrong. That means the culprit actually managed to move the body without using the monorails. The only method to do is just hope for the best and not get caught. I guess that's the only solution we have now. But the gate records were rigged, right? As far as maybe. In that case, the culprit stayed inside for 2 minutes inside the ghost house between 15. They hid the body and cut the fuse during that time. It still makes sense. Sawyer might have missed the corpse and it was dark inside. No other possible time that the culprit could have caused the blackout. Okay. That's wrong. Okay, I lose health. Try to find the contradiction from the structural standpoint of the ghost house. I don't know how that worked. That was kind of a quite crazy guess. Nika, I'm afraid that would be impossible. Why? I get that you have barely enough time, but if you move at full speed... Sora's right, 2 minutes is far from enough when you're trying to hide 10 body pieces. More importantly, the ghost house fuse box is the problem. They opened it to cut the wires, remember? That means they had to visit the innermost part of the ghost house. The fuse box is located just beside the entrance up to the altar. And the altar is located innermost in the ghost house. Just going to and fro would take up all the time. Maybe there's a secret passage that only the culprit knew of. They could have hidden the body there and gained access to the fuse box as well. Please, could someone knock some sense into him? There's no way that kind of passage would exist. The most crucial thing is, the culprit carried the body to the ghost house. The person who saw that should have noticed it. So, how is it, Iroha? Did my sister enter the ghost house holding something in her hands or not? What? Well, why are you so flustered? Well, I just didn't expect to get called. What did you say? Iroha, it seems that you're not very fond of the fact that you have your head attached to your neck. Would it kill you to please pay attention? You told us that you saw my sis entering the ghost house at around 1755. Oh. She was empty-handed. If she was holding a piece of the corpse, I would have recognized it. See? So that means she didn't transport the body directly to the ghost house. I cannot be the culprit. And as mentioned before, there are too many contradictions to suspect my sister as the culprit. I have something to inquire, Kanade. You have successfully shown us that you cannot be the culprit. But that doesn't mean you yourself admit that your first theory was wrong. Then how has it come to this? Who do you think is the actual culprit? That's, well... Honestly, I also need to think through this again. I was so focused on proving my innocence that I haven't come up with another theory yet. Shobai, how about you? This is the first time you stood up in a class trial. Is there any other theory you'd provide us with? Wait a second, I need to clear my thoughts. I missed something big. Is this? No, it can't be. Our two brains are stumped. Please give it your all. We're all counting on you. We're all fallen. This case is honestly so complex that even I cannot get a good grasp on it. Oh no. We're doomed. I knew we needed Kokoro. Kokoro was here. She would have solved this case immediately if only she hadn't been killed. There's even more powerful characters in the Danganranpa fan game sphere. If Ray were here. Roha, would you please shut up? Whoa. We're all doing our best, but... Time for Yuki! Where's Yuki? Why isn't Yuki coming up with something? I'm tired, I want to go home, Mama, Papa. Please, would someone clog her mouth or something? Why is everyone such a cool dude? There's just full of cool dudes, cool duding all over everybody. We've been through 2 class trials. Of course they were different and we were stumped a couple of times. But this is the first time that a reasoning came to a stop completely. The culprit in this case, who is it? How did they kill Setsuka? Even Kanade, who is the smartest out of us all, is having a hard time coming up with a solution. Right? It's like, it zooms out, and it's all like a metafiction, where it shows like Kyoko sitting there like uninterestedly in her computer screen spamming through this. A person with no special brains or talent like me would never hope to help everyone in this case. Except you do have a special brain or talent. It's called being a protag. I've got it. Ready? So that was it. Everyone, I know the culprit now. Really? Oh, Kanada, I knew it. I believe in you, hooray. I need to thank Shobai for this. Without him, I would have believed without a doubt that my sister was the culprit. Nor would I have realized that the gate records had been rigged and that my sister was used. So you admit to the fact that Yubiki is an accomplice. No, my sister wasn't an accomplice. She was just literally used by the real culprit, the poor thing. This case was performed by a single person, a meticulous one at that. So who is it? Let me spell out the clues for you. Follow along with me, everyone. First, just as Shobai said, they are left-handed. And they provided us with a false testimony so my poor sis would get suspected. And they had an alibi during the parade so that they could freely move around the monorail. I'm sure you've all realized who I'm talking about, right? Left-handed, false account, had an alibi during the parade. Person who fits all these criteria is... Script cache line 106 RGSS error occurred. Failed to create bitmap. Yes. The culprit in every case. Failed to create bitmap. Are going to accuse Kanade of Iroha, and then it's just going to go to intermission. That's going to be absurd. They are afraid that would be okay. Blah, 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 blah. person who fits all those criteria is Iroha and Nijui. It has to be you. Hooray for Kanade. She has easily tracked down the culprit for us, and... What? Intermission! Yes. Oh, you can equip this like halfway through a trial? That would be interesting anyway. No. The only person who matches the criteria that Kanade mentioned is you, Iroha. No, wait. Why am I the culprit? Why this all of a sudden? Let me explain, step by step. Sora, could you show me the pool gate records once more? Firstly, like Shobai said, Setsuka died in the pool, in the morning specifically. Iroha called Setsuka to the pool in the morning. So Setsuka enters at 8:44, and Iroha enters at 8:45. I just realized that the sleepy coffee has not been accounted for yet. And we haven't used the penicillin as evidence. Setsuka enters at 8:44 and Iroha enters at 8:45. Wait, I never entered the pool. Like, ever. Shut up, you murderer. Use my sister to murder Setsuka and then blame the whole murder on me. Hey, you're gonna pay. But I never... So then what? Then she killed Setsuka on the spot. And left the pool at 9:22 to set up the signpost. She goes off to gather the tools needed to cut the body. So that wasn't Yabiki entering, but Iroha leaving? Yeah, Setsuka's handbook. Then Setsuka's ID, DJ6SX7, would show an output. Then she returns to the pool at 9:54. This time she has to use her own handbook. Oh, so nobody was in the pool since 9:54. She's going with the same logic as Shobai, but I see that this approach also makes sense. She finishes preparing the body at 12:54, and after eliminating any traces left, she leaves the pool using Setsuka's handbook. By doing this, Iroha will leave the pool, but an in output will be saved according to the records. Wait, let me get this straight. Shobai's theory was right. The corpse was cut between 12:53 and 7:54, right? 17:54, right? And you're suggesting that it was instead done between 9:54 and 12:54? Yes, three house should be just enough time to do the job. You mean 3 hours? I just kind of see how that typo would come about. And by this way, we solve the mystery of why it took 3 hours just to bring the dismemberment tools. You're right, Shobai's theory is acceptable, but not being able to explain 3 hours is a bit weird. Then the dismemberment process was already done at 12:54? But doesn't that leave too much time until we find the corpse? Listen carefully, I'll explain everything. At 12:54, Iroha kept all the corpse pieces into one place before leaving the pool. Later, at 17:24, she used her handbook to in herself to bring the corpse pieces out. And 1 minute later, at 17:25, she uses Setsuka's handbook to leave the pool. You can now perfectly explain the gate records of the pool by this logic. I see, so it's possible to rig the records even without an accomplice. I guess it would have been for the culprit to create no out records to avoid any suspicion for the pool. But both mine and Shobai's theories has limitations in that regard. I guess there is a reason for the culprit to do so. Really? Did Iroha actually? Wait, I'm really not the culprit, I never heard of any of this. Shut up, I'm not done with my theory. Now, the next part, Iroha, who has successfully finished her job at the pool, moves the corpse. Leads to the Block C monorail station. Later, she herself runs to Block A. But isn't that the same as Shobai's theory? Wait, just a bit on that. Now's the important part. After Iroha arrives at Block A, she needs to enter the ghost house in 1755. Here, it doesn't really matter that much whether she uses her handbook or Setsuka's. But it was probably better to use her own. I'll explain this a bit later. As I said before, she goes inside to cut the wires in the ghost house fuse box. And she uses Setsuka's handbook to leave. Wait, what the hell are we on about now? That's exactly what you said was impossible when I brought it up. Setsuka's hand is at the monorail station of Block C. How are you going to turn her handbook on? I was going to ask that too, but I guess he was faster. The theory you're trying to propose just substituted the culprit from you to Bubblehead. With everything else, you're basically saying the same stuff. Honestly, can you even hear yourself? You just have to carry the hands, right? Kanade, didn't you yourself say that was impossible? It would be impossible for Sis, but definitely possible for Iroha. Iroha actually has a pretty handy tool to hide the hands. And what's that? Her hat. What? Both Sis and I have no ideal space to carry the hands without being seen. The pockets are too small to shove the hands in, and if we try to hide it within our clothes, it would stick out and seem unnatural. You don't need to both not be seen and also be able to pull it out whenever needed. This is the case when every minute and second matters. The hand must have been readily available whenever the situation called for it. And you're suggesting that the hiding place was Iroha's hat? If you put the severed hands on your head and put the hat on top, you would hold it in place and it wouldn't seem unnatural. Not only that, but you could also pull it out whenever you wanted and turn the handbook on, so it matches every condition I've just mentioned. And technically speaking, Iroha's hat isn't a tool, but an attire she always wears, so she wouldn't cause any suspicion as well. So basically, she put the hands on top of her head. Why would I do such a horrible thing? And the one who entered the ghost house was Hibiki, not me. I saw it with my own eyes. That's exactly why I suspected you, Iroha. If you perhaps lied about seeing my sister, you have no alibi. But I'm not the one. Hibiki, tell her the truth. I don't know, I can't remember. Shobai, is there anything left bothering you? I'll take that as a no. Then let's continue. Iroha causes a blackout at the ghost house, then moves to the Block A monorail station. When the monorail resumes its operation at 18, she rides it back to Block C to move the corpse. That part is the same as Shobai's theory. This is the important part. Iroha must have hid the body parts near the ghost house. The place that I suspect is the small park in front of the ghost house. Perhaps it's one of the bushes there. Wait, but then we were stuck at the same place as before. You guys searched Block A, so if somebody had hidden that kind of stuff... Yes, that's why I'm suspecting Iroha. It was Iroha who investigated the park area. Shobai said just now, didn't he? That's all the culprit had to do to hide the corpse in the place where they were supposed to investigate. While I was unable to do so because I investigated the place furthest away from the ghost house, the park that Iroha investigated was right across the ghost house. In terms of distance, she had no problems. She just pretended to investigate, and she lied about there being nothing, just like Shobai said. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Exactly what part am I not making sense to you? What part am I not making sense to you? But, it was you who told me to investigate the park area. How am I supposed to know beforehand that you would assign me to that place? I see, that was my bad. But I had no idea that you were the filthy culprit back then. However, even if I told you to investigate some other place, would you have volunteered to investigate the park? What? Anyway, so I investigated near the ghost house. So the only option left for you is probably the park, so that's why you chose that place. It was a pretty smart act considering it was coming from Iroha. You deserve some praise. No, I said I'm not the culprit. After all, well, you all know the drill, right? She hid the corpse and came back to us. Pretended to join in our investigation. Carried the corpse from the park to the ghost house. Once Sora leaves this place, it's around 1942. Since the last time she used the ghost house gate, she used Setsuka's handbook. She uses her own handbook to enter the ghost house. The way she'd be able to create an ID from around 1750 without an out record. Also, from here on out, speed is key. As such, since it's difficult to use Setsuka's handbook, so she would have used her own handbook for convenience. This is why I told you before that Iroha would have used her own handbook first. After entering, Iroha prepares the final step to her plan. She puts the body parts on the altar, uses the blood packs to create a bloody mess, and hides behind the sliding syringe near the entrance. After the body announcement, she pretends that she just entered the place, and voila! From corpse moving to false alibi to false evidence. She did it all by herself. Doesn't she have like an entrance though, scan in? That contradicts your very last statement. Iroha? No, I told you I'm not the culprit. Yeah, if seeing Ibiki entering the ghost house was a lie. The hairpin, how could you explain the hairpin for the ghost house? You obviously just stole them beforehand. Sister was clearly not herself after the motive reveal yesterday night. Even a toddler would have been able to take it from her. When did I ever have a chance to steal that? You were the one who told us that Ibiki refused to come out of her room this morning. That was still this morning. I have no idea where she was and what she did afterwards. I only met her again after we found the corpse. Or do you have any proof that you didn't meet my sis during that time? Well, I can't, I'm not saying to blame you or anything, but didn't you arrive late after the body announcement? The body was found in Block A, yet you arrived even later than Yoruko and Ike, who were in Block C. Why is that, I wonder? That's because I was the only one who didn't receive Setsuka's message. You told me later that she received a weird message, right? Yoruko was heading towards the ghost house anyway because of that message. That's true, but based on our observations so far, that message was sent by the culprit as well, right? What? Sure, all messages from Setsuka today were sent by the culprit. That is all the more reason that the culprit needed to carry Setsuka's hand at all times. As I said before, the only person capable of easily transporting Setsuka's hands is Iroha. Well, this is... Sorry, Iroha really did it? Shoba, I'd like to know your thoughts on this. Your theory itself has no contradictions, but the fact that the Bubblehead girl thought of a trick this high level, that itself could be considered a contradiction. He's right, how can someone as stupid as me think of a murder this complicated? It's like, you all like, picked on me and called me stupid and stuff, and I'm gonna use that to defend myself. You say that about yourself? Well, she could have been acting all this time, a wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will. That's not true, I'm innocent, please believe me. If you claim that you're not the culprit, then where's your rebuttal? This is literally the same situation that we put my sis in. Tell me, what's the difference between you going on about your innocence without any logic to back it up and sis bawl your eyes out? Illogical. Nonsense. New sprite. You're asking to be executed. Seems like Iroha's backed into a corner. Is she really the culprit? Kanade and Shobai did most of the reasoning, and there doesn't seem to like there are any contradictions. Then I guess they're right. We haven't got to the split yet, so I know we're not done. We need to be split. Silence from both the attacking team and the defenders. Have you come to a conclusion? I'm sure you're all aware, since this is the third-class trial, but you cannot take back your decision. Now then, everyone, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Would that answer be the truth or not? Now vote. Objection! What, interrupting the voting again? What is it, Mikado? Something was bothering me all this time, and I finally know what that is. Yeah, well, Mikado doesn't want the right answer to be arrived at, so. But last time you waited for Shobai to do the interjection. I'm not trying to side with Iroha, but I saw something back then. Saw what? According to Kanade's theory, Iroha should have dismembered the corpse between 9:54 and 12:54, correct? But I saw Iroha goofing around painting pictures near the harbor at around 11. What? Oh yeah, I was drawing pictures at the port at that time. Wait, why weren't you investigating? Well, I thought I would raise my spirits. That isn't the important part. If Iroha was at the port around that time, then that means Kanade's theory is completely wrong. My problem was, like, how would Iroha, be pretending to arrive for the body discovery announcement when, like, there are a bunch of... Isn't there enough, like, check-ins? Like, when the body discovery announcement happened, apparently, like, approximately, to account for her? Anyway. Well, then that means Kanade's theory is completely wrong. Mikado, I take back every bad thing I've said about you. Thank you for helping me. I most certainly didn't do it for you. Now that let's come to this, we're back to square one, and once again, my, what a troublesome situation. Wait, can we even believe this guy? What's wrong, bro? I mean, how can you tell if that's true or not? When it's Mikado of all people. Mikado has always meddled with us, so this time he might be trying to stop us from getting the answer right. Excuse me, why would I lie? If not getting the answer right also costs my life. How should I know? Maybe you're behind all this and did it to survive on your own. After all, you're the one who gave us those motive videos, right? Shinji's right. You're seriously saying that after all you've done so far? What makes you think you have a right to speak? Don't speak such nonsense. Iroha was definitely at the pool at that time. I'm sorry, but I also can't believe his words that easily. If it wasn't for his testimony, Kanade's theory is perfect. But he doesn't gain anything from lying out of this. If it was anyone else, Shiobai even, I would have at least tried to believe it, but Mikado? Am I that untrustworthy? Of course, you're the mastermind, for crying out loud. Technically speaking, you're the reason we're doing this class trial in the first place. Just this once, please believe Mikado. No, please believe in me. I really am innocent. I would rather place my trust on dog's droppings than on him. How cruel of you all. At least take this seriously. Is Iroha really the culprit? Iroha does seem like she's telling the truth. Of course, it could be her acting. Mikado is saying that she saw Iroha in the morning. I should think of something as well. Think of any information regarding Iroha. That could be the missing key to solving whether or not Iroha is the blackhead. The coffee! Logic craft. No, I'm just gonna get my butt kicked by the stupid minigame. Maybe this is what Kokoro's skill helps you with. It is really cute, though. I will admit, it is cute. Why did that have to be a miss? I suck. I suck so bad. Oh, I really suck. I only lose one blue star, okay. I immediately hit something. Wow. How am I supposed to get through that part? Ah! I can't go down, though. Oh, pfft. So you have to already be bopping. Okay. Precision. Oh, I hit my head on the top. Why I have to be so precise? That stupid one single square, really? Oh, I have to like be all precise in, why was I sinking? Why was I sinking? Ah! Wait, how is that not a hitbox? Well, I'm thankful for the survival, whether I deserved it or not. But now I'm not surviving. Ah! Well, it looks like hard, I guess. Okay. Before the parade, when was the last time we met Iroha? During breakfast. During motive reveal. During breakfast. Okay. There's gonna be pain. Oh great. Oh thank you. Thank you, minigame. That's like world's hardest game 4 level 3 style joke you just pulled. Oh, I see. Okay, it's pointing. Okay, so I got an easy portion here. I got a hard portion. Almost made it through the hard portion. What did we do with Iroha during breakfast? Drank her coffee. I drank her coffee. It's happening! Oh no. Oh, I suck. Oh. Why the needle threads? Why the needle threads? Why the Flappy Bird? I know it's not like the same mechanic as Flappy Bird. It's like a constant thrust. Opposed to Flappy Bird where it's like pulses. But that like part was very Flappy Bird reminiscent. Ugh. What happened after I drank? Iroha suddenly felt sleepy. Okay, so I lost the heart on that one. Because the second 2 segments weren't that bad. Like the first of the 3 was for some reason I had a hard time with. Yeah, I suck. Yes, save James so I don't have to do that again. Wait, everyone. What's wrong, Sora? This just came to me, and it doesn't have anything to do with Mikado. But Iroha may not be the culprit. Wow, Sora, thank you. What's up with you? Actually, something very suspicious happened this morning. After breakfast, I was going to start my investigation, then a sudden wave of irresistible sleep came over me. I told you that the reason I was late for the parade, remember? Oh, I do. You suddenly felt sleepy, and then you woke up, it was evening, right? Iroha is like, not Iroha, Kanade is just fixed in that sprite. But it's not like you were awake all night, right? And you slept through all afternoon, even when you drank coffee for breakfast. That's exactly it. I saw Iroha after drinking her coffee during breakfast. I thought it was a waste, naturally being a fan of coffee. But a can of coffee, apparently. I drank her coffee instead. Yeah, I was okay up until then, but after that I felt incredibly sleepy, like as if I was drugged. It was an unnatural wave of sleep. You did? So, what you're trying to say, someone drugged the coffee with sleeping pills? Exactly. What? Now listen carefully, the coffee that I drank was meant for Iroha, right? What would have happened if Iroha instead drank the coffee? Well, Iroha would have been sort of slept till evening. And that would mean that Iroha wouldn't have any alibi for the morning till evening, right? Huh? Wait, so someone tried to use sleeping drugs to prevent Iroha from having an alibi? Sorry for interrupting this, but was there anything like sleeping drugs on this island? There are some at the pharmacy section at the mart. I always check all the items there, but I didn't notice a difference in number. If you open the did you open the packages and check the insides? Well, I can't. It would take forever if I did that every day. For a cup of coffee, 1 pill should be enough. You probably didn't need to take the whole package. Anyway, let me get this straight. You drank a cup of coffee that was drugged with sleeping pills. But why would someone prevent Iroha from having an alibi? What would they gain from that? Wait, I know. There is someone who would benefit from all of this. Someone trying to frame Iroha by preventing any alibis. Right, if Iroha is the culprit, it doesn't make sense that the coffee she was trying to drink was drugged. Iroha is not the culprit. The culprit was the person who was trying to make Iroha drink that coffee. Wait, if Sora drank the coffee that was originally intended for Iroha, then Iroha being outside during the morning was something unexpected even for the culprit, right? That's right, so Mikado's account of seeing Iroha around 11 is something entirely possible. How could you not believe me? I am so disappointed in all of you. Hold on, if Iroha is not the culprit, then the real Black End is. It's something that just came to me. But if we use this info and reverse the thought process, we can easily track down the culprit. The culprit's identity. The culprit is someone who had drugged Iroha's coffee. The culprit is someone who is trying to frame Iroha by erasing her alibi. Someone who is trying to frame her just now. This pig-faced traitor over here. The culprit is someone who is pressing on Iroha just until now. Kanade Otono Koji, it's you. Here we go! Wait, hold on. I thought little sis explained to us how she couldn't be the culprit. I'm grateful that she proved my innocence by Kanade being the culprit. But that being said, Kanade did act weird during breakfast. Usually she would have chased after her sis right away when Ibiki left. But she didn't. But did she hesitate a bit? Sis, I'm gonna take a rest in my room. Wait, sis, where are you going? You haven't even finished your breakfast. Ibiki's condition seems to be getting worse. Come to think of it, she broke down the most out of everyone yesterday. She became very dependable after Emma's case, but she seems to have reverted back to her old self. Well, we can't help it. It seems like everyone except Iroha has finished their meal, so let's get moving. Kana, you stay at Biki's side for now. What? But you don't have to mind us. She's your family, right? You should be there for her. Go on. Alright then. She reluctantly followed what Satsuki told her to. I assume that is to make sure Iroha drank her coffee, or not. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to Kanade, it was Sora who actually drank the coffee. Kanade really is the culprit, and considering her personality, she would have made sure that Iroha did in fact drink the sleeping pills. But how was that possible? Just how unlucky can you get? Well, aren't all matters like that? Something that shouldn't have happened somehow did. Well, something that doesn't happen at all. Bullshit. What? Shomai and now you. What is it with you people and trying to frame me as the culprit? I shared my theory, showed you the contradictions, and through my reasoning proved that Iroha is the culprit. Just how much rebuttal would it take for you to be satisfied? But Sora has a point. If Iroha had fallen asleep with that drug, she would have been confirmed as the culprit without a doubt. Really? Do we have to take the long way? Alright, fine, I'll show you. First, the fact that the coffee was drugged is a stretch. It's not like I was the one who prepared the meal. How could I have drugged the coffee that Mikado had prepared? It isn't impossible. Taria would know just how quickly Mikado prepares our meals. Oh yeah, Sora and I arrived early in the morning for breakfast a few days ago, and the meal was prepared even before the morning announcement. Oh yes, I do. You know what they say, the early chef dominates the culinary world. I prepare the food way in advance before you even wake up. You heard him, so if you just arrived to dinner before everyone else wakes up, we'd have ample time to drug Iroha's coffee. But you wouldn't really know where Iroha will actually sit, would you? That probably isn't the case because I usually sit in the same spot, same place. In fact, most of us usually sit in the same place every morning, don't we? True, unless the seat's owner died and someone sat there instead. That was usually it. After hearing what you lot have to say, things start to make sense. The 3 hours of space between 9:54 and 12:54. That was time deliberately left blank by that girl to frame Bubblehead. So that she can say it was time Bubblehead spent on dismemberment. But just how unlucky can you get? The Bubblehead was actually seen by Mikado Sanoji. By the irony of fate. Did Iroha just mention that it was Kanade who assigned to to look around the park near the ghost house. Come to think of that, perhaps that was also something she did in advance to frame Iroha. That's not all. Iroha wasn't invited to the chat room that was created from Setsuka's handbook. They probably separately told Iroha to come to the Mirror Mansion so that Iroha could see Ibiki entering the ghost house, and later claimed that Iroha was lying, making everyone suspect her. Told you, the culprit is Kanade Otonokoji. Obviously, that bubblehead can't come up with a trick of this level. He's making fun of me, isn't he? Hold on, this trial's a bit tough. The culprit keeps changing. I don't know who's telling the truth or not. One thing is for sure. Sora consuming the sleeping pills, and Mikado witnessing Iroha can't be coincidences. And the one who orchestrated that was Kanade. So Kanade really is the culprit? Kanade? Kanade? Okay, yep. Alright, sure. Kanade? Yeah, it seems if you use your damn stupid brains to reach a conclusion. As you said, I don't have any logical rebuttal against this. As all of this is just a presumption, I have no evidence against this, yes? But being generous and merciful, I will go over your stupid delusions. Yes, I suppose I did drug Iroha's coffee, yes? Then how about we go back to when Shobai was suspecting me as the culprit, yes? Yes, try to deduce things under the proposition that I am the culprit, yes? Just how did I murder Setsuka? Quite an unsolved mystery, yes? Yes, why isn't anyone answering? Yes? Yes, come on, answer me. Yes? Well... Another new sprite! I, who cannot carry the hands. I, who cannot hide the corpse near the ghost house. I, who was with you all throughout the entire parade. Explain to me how the hell did I manage to kill Setsuka despite all of these alibis and move the damn corpse? Anyone? Yes? Shoba? Sora? Yuki? Anyone? Come on, let's hear it. Kanade, you're scaring me. Oh, my dear sis. Relax, there's no way that I'm the culprit. You're not the culprit either. We're completely innocent, so there's nothing to worry about. I'll solve everything for you, I will. Nobody spoke another word. Was it because you were intimidated by sheer insanity of Kanade? Should be the. Shoo is like an early modern English past tense of to show. I shoo him. So weird. It's like I spake, which is like past tense of to speak. Partly that, but Kanade wasn't just raging upon us without any logic. It was completely different from the breakdowns of all the other culprits. There were simply just too many. The T is near the Y, I understand. Too many contradictions to point her as the culprit. Even if she really was the culprit, her defense against the truth was too hard for us to break. The parade comes into play now, right? My, cat got your tongue? Everyone try to focus. Maybe we've all missed some sort of clue. I don't want to die just as much as you guys, so let's start this over again. Now, let's put our heads together on this. It's impossible. There are too many contradictions if we assume Kanade's the culprit. Maybe Kanade really isn't the culprit, and of course me too. Wait, what about the deal with the sleeping pills? If Kanade wasn't the one who drank the coffee, then who was it? I honestly think it's possible that Sora could have lied about this. We only have Sora's word to back it up, right? But if Sora was lying, then there goes my account's credibility again. As if you had any credibility to begin with. But that isn't the only thing that made Kanade suspicious. Not to mention that Kanade didn't outright deny the fact about the sleeping pills. I have no idea what's going on, and who's right or wrong. Shobai, any ideas? I thought you saw me as shit. Now you're running back to me because you're out of ideas. Well, the main problem is how the culprit was able to move the corpse to the ghost house. If we think about the whole timeline, the concept of hiding the corpse in Block A is entirely impossible. Still, they must have used the monorails, but we're missing something here. Something. Oh, I get it. I know the culprit. It's Mikado. I accidentally skipped. He keeps talking about the school rules preventing him from using magic, but who knows if that rule is actually fake? Iroha, might I kindly ask, what the actual fuck? Or maybe there is a secret passage that they use to transport the corpse. Iroha, maybe it's best that you stay quiet. Don't lose your focus, Iroha. That's just a theory. That's just your delusions. But I can understand where she's coming from. There really is no logical way that this could have happened. Teleport it inside. Secret passageway. The ghost house was shaped like... Shobai? I got it. There is a way. There is a way! The Kanade Otono Koji can move the corpse. Really? What is it? The problem is solved if you can move the corpse inside the ghost house without using the gates. And there is one passageway in the ghost house that matches that condition. And where's that? Passageway in the ghost house that connects the outside other than the gates. Yes, perhaps that one thing inside the ghost house, if we could pinpoint that. The chimney. What? Shobai, are you perhaps referring to the chimney? There was a fireplace at the ghost house. If there is a fireplace, then that means there was a chimney that connects it to the outside. Bingo. If you throw the corpse through the chimney, the corpse would get thrown down the fireplace. If the fire was put out, it wouldn't stand out, and it would be near the altar as well. The chimney? You're kidding me, right? What an astounding turn of events. By throwing the corpse into the chimney during the parade, you don't have to hide them beforehand. You can enter empty-handed in 1942 after the white-haired girl leaves the ghost house. The corpse is already in the fireplace, so you just have to move them to the altar and flood the place with the blood packs. Just in case, did you search the fireplace when you were investigating the ghost house? No, I didn't think that Satsuka was dead at that time. So I investigated places that a living human being could naturally be. I should mention that it was especially dark near the fireplace. Alright, so no contradictions there. How's this, twins? A new challenge for you. Let's see you sing and dance around this one. Oh, bruised corpse or unknown plastic bag, one of those. The culprit threw the corpse inside through the chimney. But is that actually possible? Nope, it's absolute nonsense. There weren't any clues left in the fireplace. Ah! That's skill! We don't even have to discuss the... Wait a second, about the fireplace. There was a suspicious black plastic bag near the fireplace. I'm not sure what it could be, but I'm positive it wasn't there from the start. Plastic bags near the fireplace, what's the deal with that? If we decided based on Shobai's theory, that bag could probably be the ones that contain the body parts. Eek. The fireplace was already lit, at least until the culprit turned it off. If that bag was there before, it would have been long burnt away. So the bag was put there after the fire was put off. In other words, the day of the crime. There is other evidence that they threw the corpse through the chimney. The ghost house is pretty higher than you think. If the corpse fell through that high of a height, there must be some traces left on the body. Traces on the body. The culprit threw the corpse onto a place that high. The corpse would definitely have some traces of it. And that evidence is bruised corpse. You're talking about the bruises on the corpse, right, Shobai? You bet. Bruises. Well, Satsuka's body was cut into pieces. Each piece had some trace of bruises. It even said so in the monochrome file. The body fell straight through the roof like Shobai said. It would be natural that there would have been a few broken bones here and there. Conversely, there would be no explanation for those bruises if it didn't fall through the chimney. The murder weapon was something sharp, so it's highly unlikely those bruises would have occurred otherwise. What nonsense are you on about? The chimney? You guys said it yourself, the ghost house is pretty tall. Considering the inclination of the building, it would be impossible to even climb up the damn thing. So how would someone manage that? Honestly, I have to agree. After all, the ghost house is the tallest building out of everything in Block A. There's no other place taller than the ghost house. Then how would you manage to throw something onto the top of it? There is one place that can reach higher than the ghost house. What? Some place aforementioned in my theory. The monorail. The monorails go right past the ghost house roof. Are you seriously suggesting that they threw the corpse while riding on the monorails? Monorail singular? No, I'm not suggesting it. It is the only possible way. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, but this isn't a fantasy world or a world you like where you, or would you like me to get you incarnated in another world? Yeah, about that. I have someone otherworldly right next to me. I am not a fantasy creature. Treating me in such a way is cruel, insensitive act that ignores everything I've done so far. Not to be that guy here, but I think it's impossible too. The monorail is pretty slow, granted, but it's still a moving device. If they missed the shot, all would go to waste. Would they risk that kind of a shot on a moving platform? Throw the corpse to the chimney when the monorail goes past it. Is this truly possible for a human being, and a high schooler of all people? Is there plenty of proof that this is possible for Kanade, then Shobai's theory would be basically confirmed. Let's trace the memories back. Let's recall any memory related to Kanade's physical abilities. Kanade's physical abilities. Darts. Okay, got it. Darts. I didn't pause the recording. You could tell by there was no break in the music. Although I do suppress the music quite a bit in my mix, but... Why did I get the tutorial? I didn't want the tutorial. Okay. Darts. Oh. He be, no. Whoops. I'll lose a heart, whatever. Okay, he, beak. Oops. No, that's not it. Okay. Nope. Whoops. Okay, he... B... No. Okay, so it's not remade. What? I'm going to die. I literally cannot solve this. Oh, whatever. Whoops. Oh, that can't be it. Remaka doesn't make sense. Remark! Oh! Now where's the other RK? Here? Nope. Okay, there's the RKs. I'm such a moron. Remark. Ugh. Oh well. Yes. Hopefully it still gives me money at the end. Oh yeah, there is proof. It might have been possible to throw the corpse into the chimney for Kanade. What, really? Hibiki. Hibiki, listen to me. Oh, what? You told me on the first day on the third island at the casino, remember? Kanade's accuracy is impeccable. She always hits her target. That one time she even scored a goal from the school rooftop onto the sports grounds basketball rim. I doubt that the casino is the best place to make profit out of. I don't know, that's why Kanade is throwing the darts. What does that have to do with anything? Lo and behold, Kanade here is actually the semi-super high school level thrower. Darts are child's play to her. Never knew she had such a talent. Kanade's amazing. One time she even scored a goal from the school rooftop onto the sports grounds basketball rim. Is that even possible? Wait, if it is. Yes, throwing a corpse to the chimney wall on the monorail should be a piece of cake. I knew Kanade had such an ability. Is that really true, Ibiki? Oh well, it is true. Kanade has always. Shut up, Ibiki! Eek. Poof, you should have just kept quiet. What are you getting flustered for? Your reaction is just to give credibility to what your sis said. Come to think of it, Kanade looked a little flustered with that remark. That time I thought it was because she couldn't keep up with Hibiki's pace. But thinking back now, she might have already thought of this plan way back then. Way back then? That was a few days ago. So she was already planning to murder someone even then? That would mean that Kanade thought of this trick as soon as she understood the structure of Satsuki Land. Aren't you the scary type? If that's true, then it's actually possible for Kanade to commit the murder. Actually, the only one who has those abilities amongst us is Kanade. So the murder would be impossible for anyone other than Kanade. Kanade? Stupid sis. Well, sure, I'll let that pass. It doesn't matter, really. Even if I'd use that method to move the corpse inside the ghost house. The monorail was active during 12 to 9, the only time possible for the culprit to throw the corpse. Or 18 to 19, so like 6 to 7. But have you all forgotten? That time was when the parade was going on. Oh, that's right, come to think of it, Kanade watched the parade with us. So it wouldn't make sense for her to also be on the monorail throwing the corpses at that time. We ourselves are the witnesses. Wait, that means we're stuck again? The show might make another mistake. Wait, but Miss Little Sis didn't deny the chimney theory. To be honest, the reaction she just showed wasn't something from a totally innocent person. I am not the culprit. I just didn't feel the need to object to every single detail. I have an alibi after all. Seems like we've hit yet another roadblock. Huh, if you want to act like that, two can play at that game. Everything would make sense if she was able to ride the monorail at that time, right? I told you I was watching the parade, the others there were all witnesses. But was that really you? What do you mean? Stupid shits. You got fooled once last time. It's literally the same trick, dickheads. Last time, you mean when Emma disguised herself as a Kokoro? That's right, bubblehead. Don't you all get it by now? Recall what I suspected as an accomplice when Kanade Otono Koji. It can't be. Ibiki disguised herself as Kanade? That's why she got the hairpins. What? No, wait. It isn't entirely impossible. It actually makes sense. It's hard to go the other way around. It's hard to go too skinnier, but you can go fatter, right? Now, I wonder if we saw those sprites, whether or not they'd have like the hairstyle and the pins of Kanade, but they'd be like skinny like Ibiki if we were to go back and watch it again. Ibiki and Kanade are identical twins, a bit of a disguise, and no one would be able to tell them apart. Ibiki doesn't have an alibi today, so if she was disguised as Kanade, and the person without an alibi throughout the day was actually Kanade, we should double check just in case. Has anyone seen Ibiki ever, even once after morning? Nobody? I hope that you're just ignoring me this time. The case had already started this morning. Of course, no one has seen them. They basically switched their alibis to disguise. First time we saw Kanade after breakfast was during the parade. So Kanade we met there was probably Ibiki. The real Kanade was riding the monorails moving the corpse. How would she do... Man, they don't act alike at all. Admit it, Kanade Otono Koji, you're just some ordinary high schooler. You're smart, cunning, and careful, even more so than me. Beats me why such a talented girl is in a band for some reason. But you let your guard down. Sure, you've put up a pretty high wall, but you've let some holes here and there. Well, my turn is over. It's yours now. Any rebuttals? Haven't had such a battle like that in ages. That was honestly a bit fun. Though it hurts my pride that I had to get some help from the likes of you all along the way. Sorry you're admitting that? I thought that would be I thought you should try to take all the credit. I told you, I'm a calculative guy. Because I'm calculating, but I'm a British calculating, so I'm calculative. We all die a happy death if it makes a mistake. If I make a mistake, I'll stubbornly press on with my theory. It's much more efficient to give up your pride and put your brains together in these cases. I think that you'd be on the same wavelength as us. I think this is the first time you've spoken this much. But it doesn't change the fact that you all were hopeless as shit until I took over the stage. You had to rub it in. Ha 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 ha. Kanade? So let me get this straight. The one watching the parade was actually Sis, and I was actually on the monorails, yes? And while the monorail went past the ghost house, I threw the corpse into the chimney. Congratulations, you've gotten everything wrong. Another rebuttal? Please, would you give me a break? There's definitely the culprit here. If you lack the brains to think, then don't talk at all. People like you are the reason the term trash journalism exists. What, you just... Someone who knows how to put up a real fight, come at me. Now I'm going to start with the throwing corpse part and go through everything from there. Satsuki's dismembered body consists of the head, the torso, each hands, arms, legs, and the feet. So 10 pieces altogether. Now there's a simple question. How many times does the monorail go past the ghost house during its 1 hour run? What? You're not seriously suggesting that I threw all 10 pieces at once in one go, are you? The monorail is quite slow, but it's still as fast as a speeding bike. To summarize it, you can only throw one piece at a time each time you go past the ghost house. Well, you had 2 bags, so you had to do 2 shots. According to Show by SDRA, the culprit starts off at Block C to ride to the one heading to Block A, right? They throw their first piece here, and after 15 minutes, takes a round trip, they throw the next one. They throw each piece at each round trip at the 30, 45, 60 minute mark. Wait, who would have guessed it? Our precious hour is already passed with 4 round trips. Or they could have used, like, the opposite way one somehow. And the monorail is inactive for the next hour. What are we to do with the remaining 6 pieces? How to explain this? I think it's like you do the 2 directions. You go by one way, then back the other way, then back the other way, and so on, right? Well, she definitely makes a point. The idea of throwing a corpse into the chimney was remarkable, but the number of throws needed is far too much. I have a much bigger problem at hand, really. Throwing the corpse into the chimney is actually impossible for a different reason. Sure, the legs, arms, hands, and feet are small enough to fit inside the passageway. And the head, well, she did have a relatively small head, so let's let that pass. But what about the torso? Do you really think that her torso would be able to fit inside that small of a chimney? Is it not possible? Her torso is missing the abdomen, right? That wouldn't have it fit without it. It's like it still had the boobs to fit those down. You can break the joints to fit any other piece of the body, but you can't do so with the body. Not to mention that her chest area is particularly larger than anyone else. That part would surely get stuck halfway through. Huh, so you're gonna play that card, eh? Then you could just move the torso separately, you know, through the gates as normal. But how? The reason we're talking about this damn chimney theory is because passing through the gates is particularly impossible, remember? If you want to prove this theory, you need to be able to move each and every body part through the chimney. With whatever reasoning we throw at Kanade, she vigorously defends back. If we can't penetrate through this defense, we won't be able to accuse her as the culprit. As Shobai admitted, we can't win against Kanade alone. Let's think through this together. Or crash the game, one or the other. This is a lot of dialogue. Woo! Okay. So I don't know what we're going to use here. The pins. The dolls. What? The torso does not fit in the chimney. In other words, you would need to move the torso in a different way. Of course, such a way doesn't exist. You would have just taken the torso separately. While Kanade is busy throwing corpses, Ibiki moved to the ghost house with the torso. Possible I was watching the parade then. Even if that was a disguise, at least one of us needs to watch that parade. But then by that logic, who was the person that was watching the parade? Watch the parade. And did it somehow here, is it somehow here at Block A? Impossible. You can only throw 4 pieces total. There are 6 pieces excluding the torso, so there's too much risk. Then we're out of any options. There are no other ways to move the torso. Oh. The parade dolls. That's what we're gonna say. Okay. Well, there's no hint in the back. Well, that's interesting. Yeah! No, Kanade, there was a way to move the torso without throwing it into the chimney. Moreover, by doing this, you could also move the torso from Block C to A without getting caught. How does such a way really exist? Impossible, there is no such a way. Well, there is, by using the parade dolls. Parade dolls? This was just a spark of an idea, but the dolls move on their own, and they are empty inside. So if you put the torso inside the dolls' storehouse at Block C before the parade, the torso will automatically get sent with the parade without gathering suspicion. Hey, I'm impressed, Whitey. That was what I was gonna say. In addition to what she said, the torso would definitely arrive at Block A's storehouse after the parade. It's exactly the place Kanade Otono Koji was supposed to investigate during your search. Oh, so she had a way of retrieving it back. And the torso was hiding inside the storehouse. And in the 6-minute gap between 1936, when Sora left, and 1942, she went inside the ghost house during this time to retrieve the torso. Yeah, in addition to that, Ibiki Otono Koji was probably hiding in the storehouse as well. When the white hair gang started to search Block A, that girl headed straight to the storehouse, switched places with the real Kanade Otono Koji. After that, the little shit confirms that Albino left the ghost house and signals this to her sis using the handbook. And the little shit, who is standing by with the torso in the storehouse, heads straight to the ghost house. Meanwhile, the littler shit returns to the white hair gang. We previously thought that 6 minutes would be too short of a time to move the corpse between the storehouse and the ghost house. Moreover, that was because we considered moving all the body pieces. And if it was just the torso, it would have definitely been possible. This is gonna get it's like that shadow age, shadow not shown thing because the cussing. Amazing, Sora. And so what? As previously mentioned, the monorail only passes through the ghost house 4 times in the span of an hour. We have 5 more body pieces to take care of, even excluding the torso. How are we to move this? Well, yeah, about your crap about the monorails. You mean 7 times, not 4, you little lying shit. What, how come? It takes 15 minutes for a round trip and the monorail becomes inactive after 1 hour. There are 2 different kinds of the monorail, 1 in each direction. To go past the ghost house, you need to take the track between Block A and C. Simply said, if you transfer between the 2 monorails to ride only the track between Block A and C, there's no need for a full round trip. What? Oh wait, how did the order and the directions of the monorails go again? Hold on a sec, I had it written down just in case. Ah, here it is. At every other hour, the monorail starts at Block B and goes along the path BAC. 5 minutes later, another monorail takes its departure towards the other direction. Hold on, so if we draw out the timetable, quit wasting time. Here, give me that. I'll draw it for you. Wow, he's handwriting. Now you get what I mean? The focal point here is starting from 18. Culprit was standing with the corpse at the C station. The train heading from Block A at 1810. She rises to Block A. Okay. C to A. Here she'll pass the ghost house for the first time, and she throws one of the pieces here. One down. She arrives at Block A at 18:15 and waits 5 minutes on the platform for the train heading in the opposite direction. The train eventually arrives, she rides it back to C. During that time, she passes through the ghost house again, down 2, and gets it accurate every single time, Komina style. Block C again at 18:25, but this time the train she'll transfer has already arrived. She transfers right away to head Block A. 3 down. If you repeat this process... Well, do I need to go any further? You all got it now, right? He's right. Using this method, you can go past the ghost house a total of 7 times. And the last train arrives at Block A at exactly 19. Perhaps Kanade even took this into account when choosing the crime scene. I see. I made a mistake. So it seems like you would be able to throw the 7 corpses pieces through the chimney. But what difference does it make? Even with the torso carried by the parade dolls, that still leaves 2 remaining body pieces. Quite a mystery, yes? What happened to those 2 pieces? Yes? Just how did I move them? Yes? Answer me! Can't you fit the 2 pieces with the torso inside the parade dolls? Even if the storehouse is a bit far away, I'm sure 6 minutes is enough to manage 2 additional body pieces. I doubt it. Her torso is quite large and heavy after all. Well, what about the small parts of the body like hands and feet? Those seem pretty possible. Hands? Yes, that's it. The 2 remaining pieces should definitely be hands. What do you mean? Think about it. Iroha saw Ibiki entering the ghost house around 15:55 and 15:57. That means she used Setsuka's handbook. Which means she had Setsuka's hand needed to turn the handbook on. So the remaining 2 hands were carried by Miss Older Sis herself? Hold on, that's right before the parade. Vicky was disguised as Kanade. She would have to meet up with us right after, so she wouldn't have even had time to hide the hands. No! Really? That's how the disguise was made. She put the hands on the boobs. On her, she made her boobs look bigger with the hands. That means she had the hands with her when she was with us. S and P are like in opposite sides of the keyboard, so I don't know how that's supposed to work. That's exactly the problem, bro. If she had them, she would have definitely noticed them. Finally, some sensible logic. You're most absolutely right. Even if it was my sister that was with you during that parade, no one knows the whereabouts of those hands during the time. You finally see the contradictions? No, it might not actually be a contradiction. Sora? I have a hunch on where that hand could have been, actually. Sora? Perhaps you're under the false impression that you're smart just because you were able to tag along with Somai's theory. You're just a disgusting parasite that always leeches off someone else's ideas and theories. Well, there is somewhat of an accurate description of the protagonist. Yes, there's usually some power character that kind of like leads them along. The sheer arrogance in your face, as if you've figured out something on your own, is disgusting. Would you please stay out of my sight before I throw up at the sight of your disgusting face? No, Kanade. We'll see just who's being arrogant here. This should be Kanade's final line of defense. Break through this and we might be able to end this. Trial once and for all. No, let's do another Terminate Talk shooting. The reload saved me from shooting the wrong statement.
それが何？それが何？それが何？それが何？やってくれる。やってくれる。
Okay, let's see if I can mess this up. Using, whoops. Oh.
やってくれる。
Using hands to correct body shape.
終わりです。
Censored. No, I probably would have to censor that. Although I have to censor this entire video, maybe. Her chest. She must have hidden Satsuki's hands inside her clothes, or should I say on her chest. Her chest! Even if Ibiki looks identical to Kanade, they're not completely the same, particularly their body shape is different. The Kanade we saw at the parade was identical to Kanade to the point where it's almost unbelievable that it was actually Ibiki. Then we can assume that she probably used some object to correct her body shape. Are you saying that the objects used were Setsuka's hands? Yes, considering the black plastic bags near the fireplace, they probably used those to carry the corpse pieces. If you wrap the hands with multiple plastic bags and hold it inside your clothes, you can not only carry the hands without suspicion, while also correcting your body shape. You could even make a small hole in the bag so that the fingerprints would be exposed, so you could open the handbook just by putting it inside your clothes. Using this method, you could even freely use Setsuka's handbook to manipulate the ghost house gate records. I see, if she didn't use the hands to correct her size, there must have been evidence of some other object being used, which there wasn't. But how in the world did you come up with that idea? Kanade said a while ago gave me an inspiration. She said if you put in your clothes, it would stick out and cause suspicion, right? But if it was Ibiki using it to disguise into Kanade, then it would seem natural. In fact, she actually needed the hands to stick out for the disguise to work. So I must say, I'm impressed. But do you have any evidence that my sis had those bloody damn hands on her breasts? If you just simply wrap it in plastic bags, people would soon notice if you move just a little. Evidence that Ibiki used the hands on her breasts. I didn't notice them during the investigation, but that item was probably used here. Okay. I do have proof, Kanade. There are pins found near the ghost house, presumably used to fix something in place. I wondered about its existence during the investigation, but now I know exactly why it was there. Those pins were used to hold the hands and the clothes tight by pinning them together. And she threw them away just like that. Girl, are you a genius or an idiot? Make up your mind. That was probably because the older sister needed to quickly disguise herself before entering the ghost house. Undisguised? I thought Ibiki disguised herself when she was leaving the pool. If the disguise itself was used to carry the hands, why would she suddenly undisguise herself in front of the ghost house? Moron, you have Bubblehead to thank for that. Recall that she was entering the ghost house. Stop calling me Bubblehead. There's definitely Ibiki. I know they're similar, but their hairstyles and hairpins differ after all. For Kanade to make Iroha suspicious, she needed Iroha to witness Ibiki, not Kanade. So she must have thrown away the pins there. And then use them again. I don't know anything about that. So when we were watching the parade, we had Setsuka's severed hands right next to us. Erg. That's horrifying. Kanade, we have no solved all three of the contradictions that you have presented. That's the problem, like, Ibiki... Iroha saw Ibiki go in before the parade started. Like, she would have still needed the pins afterwards. I don't know, I don't get it, but whatever. The monorail's time schedule, the transportation of the body, and carrying the two hands. I believe these aren't any contradictions left. I don't want to continue this trial any longer. Just please admit to it already. Stupid sis, she ruined it all. Giving out a conclusive testimony. Throwing away the pins. I could almost laugh at her stupidity. Alright. Yes, I am the culprit. So it really was Kanade. So you finally admit to it. If it was just me, it would have been a perfect crime. Trying to use sis as an accomplice ended up getting me caught, haha. Hey, don't be disappointed, have some confidence, you were amazing. Aren't many people that are smarter brains than you, even in my world. I can guarantee you at least that. Do you honestly think that would make me feel better? That aside, I have something to ask of Kanade. From the looks of Ibiki in this trial, her memory loss was genuine, right? If Sis didn't have that trait, I wouldn't have even tried to use her as an accomplice. Even without any memory, she's this stupid. You have to be an even bigger idiot than she to use my moron of a Sis as an accomplice while she was herself. But then, never mind. Or neither mind. You've already admitted to your crimes after all. It hurts me to say this, but I think this is the first time that my crimes have ever been exposed. What's that supposed to mean? Whatever, what does all that matter now? Let's end this now with our votes. Wait, we don't have to do the recaps thing? Wait a second, what? Oh, astounding this class trial was, a series of intense battles between you that surpassed any trials before. As a teacher and the judge, I must say, this was very interesting. Well, now that we've reached the answer, Leader just like, I am very proud of this trial that I have written. Now that you've reached the answer, it's now time to see if that answer is the truth. Nevermore. Would there be a trial like this, but it's time to reach out to the truth. Now then, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Will your answer be the truth or not? Now, if someone's going to object and say, nope, we have to do the recap thing, we gotta do the recap thing, then we can vote. Monochrome. Kanade is the culprit. Wait, something's wrong. Wait, wait a minute, don't vote just yet. Whoa, you startled me, Sora. Not this again, what now? What's the matter, Sora? I was about to push the button. Well, what's the matter indeed? Kanade herself admitted it. The case has been solved. There shouldn't be anything wrong. But what is this feeling? I can't shave off this feeling that I shouldn't let the trial end like this. Like as if some unknown force is behind me. Monochrome, what's this unsettling feeling? Shobai, what? I want to ask you, as the person who almost single-handedly solved this case, are you sure we're going to be fine ending the trial with Kanade as the culprit? What? I have no reasons. I don't even know myself why I'm doing this, but I'm not just saying this. I'm serious more than ever right now. Sora, are you alright? You seem a bit weird right now. I don't think Kanade is the culprit. What in tarnation? Sora, what are you on about? Even I'm confused right now. Well, the thing is, I'm sorry, I don't know what I was on about. Sora, perhaps the long trial has taken a toll on you. You look tired after all. Right, I mean, the case is basically over right now. Please, just once more. Let's discuss this once more. We've missed something. I feel like we missed something very important. There's literally nothing more to talk about. Although I can't give a good reason. Please believe me. I beg you. Even if you say so. No, do what the girl says. Shobai? I thought it was over as well, but there's something left. We should discuss that something. I mean, for me, you're basically extending my life a bit, I don't mind. But as the culprit, I don't know what there's left to do. Sosi? Kanade's not the culprit? I don't know, but I know I shouldn't let the trial end this way. Then I gotta trust Sosi. Honestly, I can't grasp the reality of the situation. I don't have any memory of today, Kanade killing Suka. And I hope that. I don't know what to believe of any of that. So even if I'm terrified, I'm gonna trust Kanade once more. Kande is my sister after all. What? Seriously, what's going on with this trial? Sora? You know what? I don't know what's going on, but I'm on Sora's side. Me too. I'm gonna trust Sora. A little more discussion isn't going to hurt anyone after all. I'm telling you, it's a waste of time. I honestly can't understand the logic behind all this. I don't know what I have done, nor do I know if it was the right thing to do. It was if some force other than my own conscience was controlling my actions. I might be troubling everyone with a random thought that had no basis, but still, I cannot go against this force. All that's left for me is to follow it. It's like, we have to do the scrum. It's just like, oh, we forgot to do this minigame. No, I don't want a tutorial. I thought we were gonna do the recap. I didn't know we were gonna do the scrum. What in the world? Admitted. We've solved every trick. I can't, trick. There may be some unsolved tricks left. I believe in Sora. Discuss? Ah, I didn't scroll the right way. Theory. Third party. Wow. Suspect. Oh, okay. We have time. Discuss. Oh no, it's surely actually discuss the matter. Oh, that's not right. Okay, well. Okay, this is discuss. No. Oh, but I already used it. Phooey. Okay. Culprit. Trick. Discuss.
前田さん
Theory.
大鳥さん 私だ
Whoa, oh no, no, what did I do? Ah, Fooey, No, you have to get it perfect. Accidentally hit the enter key. Why did I do that? Oh.
響さん 壁屋さん 前田さん 大鳥さん 橋本さん 私だ
Oh, I have to do this now. I forgot about this. Z. Hey.
これが私たちの答えです
So what are you gonna do about this? We should listen to what Sora has to say. You know she's not the type to do this without any reason. About that, I don't know what the reason myself, but we should talk about this more. Then maybe we'll get rid of this unnerving feeling. But the culprit has already been exposed. Is there anything left to talk about? Oh, why don't we have a small chat like the friends we are? You know why I agreed with this girl? I also felt something was off. I thought I didn't notice it until she mentioned it. We've definitely solved all the tricks. The culprit is Kanade Otonokoji. But this is truly all there is to it. It feels like there should be more to this. That kind of feeling. Exactly, Shobai. Why is this so drawn out? I felt that too. Like we're missing one last thing. Would you stop sharing that just between yourselves and let us in? Sora said that she didn't know why she felt like that, but Shobai, do you know the reason why? There are two things that I felt suspicious about. First, what happened to the missing abdomen of Setsuka Bukuro? And secondly, why did Miki Otono Koji help her sister with this whole affair? The missing abdomen and the reason for the cooperation. Let's talk about the first one. Oh, there's actually more things to discuss. Oh. I thought it was just like making fun of how you had to do that recap at the end. And it was just like, there's something missing. Yeah, we haven't done the recap thing at the end yet. Yeah. I was just like dragging on about that. I mentioned about the victim's missing abdomen during my theory a while ago, remember? You said it was because of the difference the wound marks would make based on which hand they used. Kanade was left-handed, and to hide the stab wound, she threw away the torso. Thanks to that info, we were able to suspect her. But where is that abdomen, really? They would have gotten rid of the abdomen as well as some of the intestines. You could drain the flesh bit by bit down the drain, but... Eek. But that's not the important part. The important part is, was that really the only reason? Since you've oh so kindly admitted your crime, I want to ask you, did you really get rid of it just for that? Of course, it's what you've deduced, remember? From my inspection, the only lefties here are Roha and me. If I didn't take care of it, it would have come back later to bite me. I did try to abuse this to frame Iroha, but that plan also failed. How could you? Really? Huh? I'm not the type to brag, but I've got an eye for talent. You, a person with that big of brain, of all people, would have done things this sloppily. You say that, but in the end, Kanade did choose this method, right? She herself admitted it. If this was done by spur of the moment, she might have taken this route. But from drugging Bubblehead to rigging the gate records, she definitely planned this way ahead of time. A double-layered trap of framing her own sister as the culprit, and as a plan B framing Bubblehead. Right, she would have, like, stabbed her with the right hand. And even after she was busted, she kindly pointed out contradictions to the theory of her being the culprit. And that same person forgot about the stab wounds, precipitatedly used her left hand, and only then took care of it? She might have not known about the difference between the stab wounds beforehand. Have you ever even been listening? By the looks of her dismemberment skills, she's used to this kind of business. I can guarantee that there's no way that a person of that level didn't know about the stab wounds. But she's a super high school level guitarist. Considering her profession, isn't it unlikely that she would have reached that kind of level? If she really did murder Setsuka, she's probably a Void. The Void is a criminal syndicate, so that might be entirely possible. Shobai does have a point. The fact that she got rid of the abdomen means that she would have known she would be caught by a left-handed stab wound. She knew that she couldn't have stabbed Setsuka with her right hand. She could have stabbed Setsuka with her right hand. Like I was saying, why would she have gone through the hassle of getting rid of the evidence? Just that I only realized it after I stabbed her. As you might have already guessed. The knife used to stab Setsuka was the folding one that's in everybody's room. I stabbed her with my left hand without much thought, and only then did I realize the potential danger of leaving that kind of evidence. I never imagined that there would actually be someone who'd suspect me because of that, but that may be turned into a reality by you, Shobai. That's all there is to it. You who planned this whole mindfuck stabbed her without much thought? Okay, now I know you're hiding something. You would have definitely found another method. Even I can think of many options off the top of my head right now. Using your right hand to create more stab wounds, so the stab wounds won't be visible. And repeatedly stabbing her with both your hands, so you won't be able to tell which one was the first blow. Are you really continuing this? Do you know what I hate the most? Repeating useless stuff that's already over. Just like, execute me already. Wait, Shobai, enough about that. What about the second suspicious thing? The reason Abiki cooperated. We really did go over this detail during this trial, but why would you think Abiki Otono Koji cooperated with her sister in the first place? Huh? I don't know, why did she? Did Kanade mention something about the altar? That she believed that sacrificing Setsuka's body would grant her wishes? That's right, the motive video. Kanade said that her video featured her parents, right? She helped Joe Setsuka to save her parents, even if it meant she bloodied her own hands? Wait, is that really how that went? Yuki? Even if she really believed the concept and put her body on the altar. That definitely is possible, but that's not all she did, right? She disguised herself, rigged the gate records, together with Kanade. Isn't that weird? All she had to do was grant her wish was to put each body part on the altar. There's no reason for her to follow the rest of Kanade's plans. You're right. Abiki wasn't quite herself this morning, granted, but it wasn't like she had lost her mind or anything. Even if seeing Setsuka's dead body made her go mad, this is definitely not normal. Maybe we should think more about this. Maybe we should ask her about this directly. Abiki, why were you this cooperative to Kanade's plans? Even if you ask me, I have no memory of this. I don't know what's what. Considering that she's been next to useless in this trial, that would be a waste of time. The trick wouldn't have worked without Abiki helping Kanade with everything throughout. Why did she agree to all of this? If it succeeded, she would have died, and if it failed, her sis would have died. You're right, come to think of it, this is pretty weird. The culprit is only one person, and Miki doesn't have any benefit by becoming an accomplice. Ah. Shobai? Pff, ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha, that's it, so that was it. Holy mackerel, this one's gone bonkers as well. I've got it. Crazy theory that solves all of our questions. Really, what is this? Abiki Otono Koji, you are also the culprit. And the culprit's Kanade, isn't it? Did you even hear or head? What I said also. They're not just accomplices, they're both the true culprit. What? What are you talking about? That's impossible. There should be only one culprit according to the class trial rules. It's against the rules for there to be two of them. When did the rules say so? What? Don't believe me? Pull out your handbooks right now and read rule number 6. Hold on a second, rule number 6. Does it sound like I'm gonna solve the free time events issue? The free time events changed, one of them is killed and not the other. If 2 murders, each performed by different Blackened, occurs consecutively, only the one committed earlier is acknowledged. The part we need to focus on is the part about consecutive murders. This is considered when there are two different Blackens who separately killed two different victims. In the case of two separate Blackens targeting one victim, there is no rule specified about it. Wait, then what happens if someone like this case happened? If it isn't a special case like Rule 6, normally the person who last injured the victim while they were still alive becomes the culprit. What do you mean by that? To put it simply, let's say Iroha stabbed Teruya with a knife. If I stabbed the dying Teruya before his last breath, I would become the Blacken that killed Teruya. Right, the whole case 2 of of the previous game, of DRA type thing, right? Or case 5 of Danganranpa v3. So it becomes a game of who made the last shot. I see. There are two separate victim and culprit pairs, so the one that took place earlier gets prioritized. With two killers and one target, the one who made the finishing blow is the culprit. Excuse me, did you really have to use me as an example? I don't see how she was used, but okay. But that still means that only one person can become the culprit in the end, right? You still don't get it. If the person who makes the finishing blow takes the name of the Blackened, then if two people injure the victim at the same time, they both become the culprit, capiche? They didn't outright stab her, they knocked her out and stabbed her together at the same time. You're out of your mind. Even if they stabbed her together. So the whole thing about left hands was like completely irrelevant. If they stabbed her together, then there would have been some time difference between them. You'd have to like, oh, they're gonna reference this. Oh, this is contrived. This is stupid. No. No. This is dumb. I'm gonna say, like, at the microscopic level, the metal hit the flesh exactly the same time. Should have been some time distance between them. If one stabbed her just a bit later than the other, that person would have been the sole culprit. Oh, really? Let's take it to the judge. Yo, bird. Or I prefer to be called a crow. That aside, a Rule 6, you say? That was put in there just in case two separate murder cases happened in the span of it one day. Imagine the troubles you would go through of solving two cases in one trial. This is a defense against that. But this case is a bit difficult even for me, if they injure the person at the same time indeed. So, is it possible or not? Theoretically, yes, but in reality, next to impossible. If a murder occurs anywhere, the high-tech sensors of Utsuroshima detect who hit last down to 0.001 seconds. If anyone was even that little late, they would become the official culprit by the records. You see, it's impossible. What if they get down to the same 0.001 seconds? Well, we'll measure it down to the 0.0001 seconds. And if they do it within the same 0.00001 seconds! Yo, Shomai, what are you leading up to? If the time difference is next to 0 according to the records, you're saying, well, if it was that pinpoint, then I admit it, they both become the Blackened. Fucking bingo. Wait, that's only theoretically possible, remember? Even if they thought they did it at the same time, there's naturally bound to be some time difference between them. Unless they were machines or something. DK's right, I mean, I'm capable of doing everything right. But for my sis, it would have been impossible. Why the sudden passivity? Are you hiding something from us? Why do you say? It would have been possible for you twins. My theory is correct, then that was exactly why you couldn't have left the torso be. Of course, I'm not saying this without any basis. The proof that you two can do it with the exact timing was unironically provided by Nusi over there. I mean, what do you mean by that? Do you guys remember the interview? Yes, I sure do. That Nusi did on the twins back at the second island. How on earth would you remember such a minor thing? How rude! My interviews are never something minor. Of course, I always remember every detail of my interviews. I even have it written down. But why do you remember that? That isn't the focus here. Just shut up and listen. If you have written it down, then that's better. Read the part about the secret behind their synergy. Let's see here. You two have shown us a fantastic performance, especially the unbelievable synergy between you two. What is the secret behind this synergy? Well, we do practice day and night, but we aren't like any other twins. We are two as one. If we are in beat, we can play down with margin of error. Play with margin of error of less than 0.000001 seconds. Isn't that right, Kanade? Oh yeah. I see. So the fact that you're twins is a crucial factor. That's a scoop in itself. He's unstoppable. Well, she'd say we better get going before it gets too late. You gotta be joking. Wait, doesn't this mean... Now you get it? It's not a completely outrageous idea we're dealing with. Actually it is, but not in universe. And they said that that comment themselves, even Kanade Otono Koji affirmed this fact. For these two, it would have been impossible for them to use their special sense of beat to stab, simultaneously without any error between them. Then they really did. Wait, I feel like that when I was just an exaggerated playful comment by Ibiki. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be possible for two separate people. This is possible within the bounds of logic, you meathead. Meathead? I met a lot of people around the world working as a trafficker. I met a lot of people. There are a lot of weird bunches when it came to twins. Twins who had the exact same physical abilities, twins that could reach each other's minds. It's about time I met ones that had identical rhythmic senses. Ibiki and Kanade are identical twins, right? They say that identical twins are almost the same down to the genetic level. They usually have the same personality. You know, those stories where twins who were separated still lived similar lives when they were apart, right? I see. If this theory were to be true, then that explains the reason they got rid of Setsuka's torso. If they were able to time the stabbing with their rhythmic sense, they must have used their primary hand, the hand that they use when they're playing the instruments. They probably could risk one of them forcefully trying to use the other hand and failing. That would also explain why they couldn't have made additional stab wounds. Until Setsuka was most surely dead, they would have had to leave only the stab wounds that they made simultaneously. Because it's a system where the culprit who last injured the body becomes the culprit. But couldn't they have stabbed her after she was dead? Why would they get rid of the torso when... No, that's impossible. Stab wound made before and after the person is dead differs in its appearance. They managed to stab her simultaneously on their first try. They would have waited for Setsuka to die naturally. That means she died of a shock from blood loss, which would have taken a lot of time. If they create a stab wound after that period of time, the difference between that and the first one would be soon found. Then someone like me would have questioned it, thinking it is as suspicious. How exactly can you distinguish the two? Go read a book about it in the library, dipshit. Oh, just curious, okay? Why you gotta be so mean? Sums up this entire trial. It's starting to lean towards the possibility of them both being the culprit. One more thing, you know what's scary about that girl? During that very interview, that girl clearly showed distress when her sis was giving out info without any thought. And when the first trial started, that girl asked Monocro about the existence of accomplices. In other words, Kanade Otono Koji was already planning a double blackened murder way back during the first trial. That can't be. Kanade helped us numerous times during the last two trials. That was obviously an act to hide her true self. I myself didn't know what I was dealing with until this trial today. In the end, every decisive testimony, one way or another, all started from your foolish sister. I have a sister, and she just happened to walk in while I was reading that line, and so that's why I was afraid to read the damn in that line. Anyway. And I just paused the encoding and then walked back to it and restarted. You should have left the stab wounds be, since only I would have been able to tell the difference. But because you were taking that interview into account, you had to get rid of the abdomen. Identical down to the genetic level, Ironic that you two couldn't have been more different. Shobai? Cute little smiley face. That feeling of discomfort has vanished with your theory. This was it. The Kanade being the culprit wasn't all there was to it. Ibiki was really the culprit too all along, just as she was being accused. Hang on, if they were both the culprit, then if we didn't listen to Sora, I just voted for Kanade. Whether we voted for only Ibiki or Kanade, we would have been wrong and would have been punished. So it was serious after all. Sora was right in the end. Amazing, how did you think of this? I did nothing, honestly. Shobai did most of the heavy lifting. I just was the protag, and had this protag plot armor, and heavenly fortune, apparently. So the two of them did it together? Is that the public opinion right now? Honestly, still have doubts about this, though. It's like, now we know the time precision, the time step increment of the simulation. It's something that's maybe a little bit more than 1e minus 5 seconds. Still have doubts about this, though. I agree, as much as I want to trust everyone, we have no evidence of this claim. Sure, we have no concrete proof. But if this theory were to be true, then we could also explain Ibiki's cooperation. If they both become the Blackhead and win, they both get to escape the island. So Ibiki had an incentive to become an accomplice. This is the true ending of this trial. The Otono Koji twins are the true culprits of this case. Oh, we have to do one of these! Well, I guess we haven't done one of these in this trial yet, so, Great. Oh, Sora! Do you really think that makes sense, yes? I and I alone was the culprit. You think you're something real special about hearing that disgusting theory from Shobai. I tried to admit my crime and die peacefully. But it seems like I can't even do that without taking a crack at your damn theory. Open your... Oh my goodness. That. Dropping plates. No. Unused antibiotics, folding screen, Shiji's account, swimming pool gate records, Iroha's account. Interviews as evidence. Antibiotics. Any evidence to clue it's not been used yet. Oh, so the criteria is just you haven't used this truth bullet yet. Okay. I hesitated. I hesitated on the draw. But it's not because it'll make you vote wrong, that's why. Then she gets out. I always find those hard, at least in this format. Proof? You say there is no proof? Obviously, it was impossible from the start, a flawed theory. Let me ask Shobai himself, do you have any proof? Yes? And you claim to say you know something that even Shobai is unaware of. Of course not, in the end, this is all just a baseless theory. Now I do have proof. What? After hearing what Shobai said, I looked through every evidence I found once more. And there was one single evidence that didn't have a place anywhere in this theory. Yet nobody knew what it was for. The bottle of antibiotics near the pool. Antibiotics? I don't recall ever seeing that by the pool. But antibiotics in the pool, that's a pretty weird combination. What was it doing there? We can deduce its use if we combine it with Teruya's testimony. Teruya, when you testified about the blood packs, didn't you mention another chance in the infirmary? Mention another chance in the infirmary. You mean another change in the infirmary. The infirmary. Oh yeah, the medical kit disappeared for a while and somebody put it back. Are you tell you about that? Medical kit, so that's what the bottle from that. So was that bottle from that kit? Well, I checked the inventory of each room 3 times a day, morning, lunchtime, and evening, and the medical kit that was definitely there yesterday evening had disappeared when I checked the room this morning. I was gonna tell you guys, but it wasn't like that it was a murder weapon, and I just assumed somebody needed it for an emergency. Then I saw it sitting there back in its place at lunchtime as if nothing had happened. So that means somebody used the medical kit this morning, right? What does that have anything to do with the theory we're dealing with? Looks unrelated to me. As Teruya said, a medical kit can't be used to kill someone. I don't know about that. You could, like, strangle them with the bandages or something. And since we're dealing with a murder, a medical kit used to save someone seems far off from the evidence we're looking for. However, I don't think that's the case. This was an insurance used by the culprit to create a double-blackened situation. Insurance? You said that they used their primary hands to stab Setsuka simultaneously without any error, right? But as Shobai called it out, Kanade is an extreme perfectionist. What if they managed to fail the timing? Oh no, they didn't. Oh yeah, they would have to, they're like, oops! The timing didn't come out right. We have to, like, fix her up and then re-kill her. They were gonna use it to heal Satsuka back up if it failed? Exactly. Kanade had taken the medical kit from her for that exact reason. Satsuka had taken the medical kit with her for that exact reason. Preposterous. How could you know if you had succeeded or not in the first place? Dude, Monochrome exists for a reason, you know. So they stabbed Setsuka together and called Monochrome to check if it could be accepted as a double blackened murder? If Monochrome even was allowed to tell them that? I mean, there's no reason not to. Telling the Blackened that they are the Blackened shouldn't be a problem, right? That aside, the bottle was decisive evidence. I never saw that during my investigation. What the hell? Where the hell did you find that? I just kind of saw it rolled around near the pool. Bullshit. I never even opened the damn thing. There's no way that I dropped the, What now? Never opened the thing? You shouldn't have said that you never even took it. You should have said you never took it, idiot. Now you've admitted it yourself that you took the medical kit. You realize that, right, Kanade Otono Kochi? Okay, that was a very basic mistake, Kanade, really. Like, you just mondoed yourself. Like, surely you could do better than mondo. No, this isn't... Making a mistake like that? That wasn't very like you. Was the bottle being on the ground that nonsensical? That aside, did she just confess it herself? Unbelievable. Even if I had dropped it, I would have heard dropping considering its side. Or at the very least, I would have noticed the weight decrease from the medical kit. I didn't even leave it to Abiki. I did this part myself just in case stuff like this happened. Unbelievable. Me making a mistake like this? No way. What rotten luck. Seems like for the first time in this trial, we were able to see you getting truly flustered, Kanade. Well, we don't know the truth if you did or not open the medical kit in the end, but if you were this surprised by this accident, then for us, I guess it was truly a luck from the heavens. We're gonna hear a little bit more about luck from the heavens in this, I'm sure. We haven't heard the last of luck from the heavens. Kanade, so can I take that as a yes? That both of you and Abiki murdered Setsuka? Unbelievable. This can't be happening. This doesn't make any sense. This can't be. If you still can't admit it, then I will go over this case from the start. You won't be able to escape this anymore. No. Okay.
これが真実です。
Early in the morning, when everyone was still asleep, the culprit was already busy at work. Using the fact that Mikado prepares our breakfast early in advance, they put sleeping drugs in the coffee at Iroha's seat. This was to eliminate any alibi Iroha might have in the afternoon. And when the day broke, the case began for real as the culprit called Satsuki out to the pool. Before they headed to the pool, the culprit took large quantities of blood packs and the medical kit from the infirmary. Since it was already gone by the time Teruya checked it this morning, this was the only chance they had to take them. Then they arrived at the pool and attacked Setsuka. They didn't quite kill her just yet, but only knocked her unconscious. Immediately after this, culprit signals another culprit in this case to the pool. Yes, this was the first time that the two people were both the culprit of one murder. Here, the first culprit handed their handbook to the other culprit over the gates. This was to manipulate the gate records, a crucial trick used throughout this case. The second culprit entered the pool using the handbook they were given. The in records of the first culprit and Setsuka already existed in the gate record database. So when the second culprit entered through the gate, the results showed an out record from the first culprit. The second culprit was able to enter the pool without using their own handbook and leaving a record. Next, the two stabbed the unconscious Setsuka simultaneously with a knife. Originally, the one who stabbed later would become the real culprit, even if it was a matter of milliseconds. However, our killers had an extreme sense of rhythm with each other, enough to a point its difference was undetectable. This was because they were twins that had super high school level talents related to the rhythm. After confirming the fact that they stabbed her at the same time, the first culprit left the pool. Here they used Setsuka's handbook to make it seem like there was nobody at the pool according to the records. As she was leaving, she also put up a sign that said, "Pool sanitation time, please do not enter," in front of the pool. This way no one would enter the pool while they took care of the body. However, the culprit made a huge mistake here. The medical kit that was prepared as an insurance to heal Setsuka in case they had missed time stabbing her simultaneously. When they were leaving with the newly useless medical kit, a bottle of antibiotics dropped from it. We're not sure how the culprit did notice this, but we were able to prove the double blanket theory using this evidence. After the culprit left, she re-enters the pool after 3 hours with the tools she needed. The 3 hours were left blank intentionally to frame Iroha in the near future. Once they had the tools they needed, they began doing their business for a few hours. And by business, I mean cutting up Setsuka's corpse into multiple pieces. The reason they dismembered her body was to transfer the body to a different place, which I'll get to in a moment. Here they got rid of the abdomen that had marks that showed two people, one left-handed and one right-handed, had stabbed the body. Once the dismemberment process was over, they cleaned the pool using its tools, and the second culprit disguised as the first culprit. They were twins, so a little bit of disguise was enough to make them completely indistinguishable. To correct their body shape, they put Setsuka's two hands into a plastic bag and pinned it to her chest. They needed Setsuka's hands with them to open her handbook for the tricks they needed to pull off in the future. And by carrying the hands as a disguise, it was like killing two birds with one stone. Because they carried Setsuka's hands with them, they were able to use her handbook freely, just like Emma did. The culprit then sent a message to Iroha using Setsuka's handbook. The message called for her to be in front of the Mirror Mansion at 18. It was because of this message that Iroha wasn't able to participate with us during the parade. After sending this message, the second culprit leaves the pool while still disguised. She puts the sign in front of the pool back inside and walks her way to Block A. After arriving at the ghost house, she undisguised herself and enters the ghost house while deliberately getting witnessed by Iroha. By getting witnessed by Iroha, the culprit later used the fact to frame Iroha and make her seem suspicious. However, amidst the rush of changing her disguise, the pins used to hold the plastic bags had dropped on the ground, which were used in this trial as important pieces of evidence against her. Entering the ghost house, the culprit ran up inside to cut the wires to the fuse box and cause a blackout. They also put out the fire in the fireplace, though this was because they noticed it to be that way for the other culprit to utilize the chimney later on. The blackout itself was so that the others would notice what happened inside the ghost house. A little later, the second culprit redisguised herself as the first culprit and left the ghost house, but somehow didn't recover the pins and didn't need the pins anymore or something, to join the rest of us at the parade. Of course, none of us even had the thought that the culprit had disguised into someone else, and so the second culprit was able to watch the parade with us without any suspicion. At that time, the culprit was waiting for the monorail at the Block C station. They had moved the corpse pieces to the station from the pool prior to the second person heading over to the ghost house. While the second culprit was over at the ghost house, the first culprit was busy with her work as well, getting rid of the signpost before leaving the pool, and putting the chess piece inside one of the parade dolls in the Block C storehouse. At 1820, the monorail heading to Block A arrives, and the first culprit began their process of moving the body. The method they used was to throw each body piece through the chimney once the monorail goes past the ghost house one by one. This method, while seemingly impossible for anyone else, was done with ease by our culprit. It made it seem like the corpse had teleported inside the ghost house. However, since the ghost house was next to the track that connected blocks A and C, she only had 4 chances to throw the body pieces, considering that the monorail was active every other hour. As 7 pieces, even excluding the 2 hands and the chest that she stuffed inside the parade dolls, needed to be transferred. She calculated the monorail timetable and went back and forth between Block A and C. Using this method, they had exactly 7 chances to throw the body pieces in 1 hour, and with the culprit's perfect aiming abilities, the transferring was done. After all the body pieces had been safely thrown inside the chimney, she leaves empty-handed and headed to the storehouse. The parade was almost over, and the chess pieces had been delivered to Block A by then. Meanwhile, the second culprit and the crew were becoming anxious about Setsuka's absence, and they began to search. Pretending to look for her and heading to the Block A storehouse, the 2 blackheads meet up and switch places. The reason the second disguised in the first place is to create an alibi. The first culprit was busy throwing corpses on the monorail. Since that was finished, there was no reason for the disguise from then on. I just finished investigating the ghost house and was leaving without any results. And after confirming that I left, the first culprit signals the second culprit, who was still hiding inside the storehouse. The second culprit swiftly enters the ghost house with the chess pieces that they hid inside the storehouse, or the chess piece singular. Here, she uses Setsuka's handbook, so there would be an ID without an out record at the ghost house. After this, they put all the body pieces, including the 2 hands used for the disguise and the pieces inside the fireplace, on the altar. Once the setting was complete, they moved the folding screen in front of the entrance to create space, and start to flood the place with blood using the blood packs they prepared. This was to create the illusion that the crime scene was the ghost house, and the culprit dismembered the corpse behind the folding screen. They created a huge trail of blood leading up to the altar and spread some of the altar as well for good measure. After all this was done, the culprit deliberately dropped her hairpin near the altar and sent everyone a message using Setsuka's handbook. The message had to vaguely remind everyone of the ghost house, and was used to call everyone to that place. Then they hid in the space behind the folding screen, waiting for the others to arrive. As we arrived, we followed the trail of blood up to the altar without any suspicion, and ultimately entered the altar. There we found the body of Setsuka, and this was how the 2 culprits managed to move the body and fool everyone. The cruel killer, no killers, who did just murder Setsuka but cut her body into pieces. That's another thing I don't get. Is like, would they have noticed that there isn't enough people entering the ghost house before the body discovery announcement? I guess there isn't. You'd have to go back and check. Yes, the culprits who committed this atrocity of a crime our crash. I knew this was going to happen. It happened last trial. There's Setsuka. Okay, spam time. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, you gotta spam through. Okay, it did crash this time. Kanade Otono Koji and Ibiki Okono Koji, the Super High School level guitarist, Super High School level vocalist. It was you two. Are you still going to defend yourself, Kanade? Ibiki, it's the same for you. You might not have memory of it, but the results of this trial shows that fact. The fact that you are also the one who killed Setsuka. No, that can't be. I'm innocent. I couldn't have killed Tsuka. This is a dream. This is all a dream. Kanade could never kill someone, let alone me. Wake up, Hibiki Otono Koji. Hibiki? Hibiki, I'm afraid this is not a dream. Whether you remember it or not, you have committed a murder and lost the class trial. If the answer you've deduced is true, you'll soon be dead. What? She got gonted. Die? Me? But that's a bit weird. I haven't done anything. Come on, guys. Kanade, say something to them. We could never actually kill someone, right, Kanade? Don't just stand there, please. Help me, like you've always done, like when we were young. Sis, if something bad happened, you are always there for me to take care of it. I'm sorry I'm being harsh to you. I apologize for everything. Just help me. Kanade ultimately lost the trial. Even she can't help you in this situation. Let me out. I'm gonna break open this door. Now, Hibiki. The trial is still in session. Please return to your seat immediately. Let me go home. I hate it here. I need to save my parents. I'm so sick of this place. Let me out. Just let me out. Hibiki? Hibiki, calm down. I wonder, what? Does this girl have any mental disorders? What? I'm keeping an eye on her since she was a suspect during the trial. Something's off with that girl. I mean, the younger sis is a crazy bitch for sure, but the older sis isn't far off as far as I can tell. This is a warning. If you don't return to your seat, you will be severely punished. Shut up! Kanade? Sis? So adorable. I have no way to run. Yeah, you have no way to run, right? You can't avoid it, enjoy it. It is tragic that my plan has failed, but if I get to see my sister's most despairing before dying moments while I die, that doesn't seem that bad of a death. You've won. You were the culprit of this case. We were the culprit of this case. I'm gonna get a C, am I not? Or a D. A D. Only 4? Well, that's meager. Only 12,730, that's meager. Do I suck that bad? I feel like offended by this. Oh well. And it's good that you resolved everything but this silence. Now that you've reached an answer for real this time, it's voting time. I swear, if it gets interrupted again, I'm going to quit my job. Anyways, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Since the answer you've decided is a double culprit, which is first in Danganranpa history. Roll credits. Like, how do you know what the name of the game is, Model Crow? I've especially prepared a panel marked Otono Koji Twins in the voting screen, just for this occasion. If you truly believe the 2 of them are the culprit, vote for that panel, capiche? Now, will that answer be the truth or not? Now. Why do I have to get to save before the execution? I don't understand that. I guess I just don't want to watch the execution. I just want to end it right there. Yeah, the real culprit who murdered Satsuki Chibokura was Ibiki Otonokoji and Kanade Otonokoji. Correct, you have gotten them both right. So they're both the culprit? To be honest, when they stabbed them together, I had a hard time deciding of what to make of it. Class trial is a system of definition that while multiple victims can occur for one case, no two students can be the culprit. However, I replayed the clip countless times, and no matter how you look at it, they stabbed her simultaneously. Even the computer couldn't detect the time difference. I had no choice but to admit it. In this killing school trip, the rules are absolute. In this case, they obey the rules. My most honorable praise for the twins is they found a loophole in the rules and used their talents to pull off a feat truly impossible. I was confident I would win this trial. You would have lost if you'd voted for my sis, and that result would have changed even if you voted for me. Wouldn't have changed even if you voted for me. Whoever you had voted for, I was going to be safe. And I even had a backup plan of framing Iroha. But for this plan to fail, I truly did not expect this to happen. Someone has heavenly fortune. And it ain't you! It seems like I underestimated both Shobai and Sora. She's right, we contributed nothing to this trial. If it wasn't for those two... Honestly, I was mentally prepared for Shobai. I can estimate the threat level of a person immediately at first glance. And ever since our first encounter, I always have been cautious of you. But Sora, what are you? You have nothing special to boot, and you can't even remember your own talent. How is someone like you able to win against someone like me? Sora, what really is your talent? It's like, the white hair. Does that remind you of somebody? Although that person's hair wasn't exactly white. It was just it had a little bit of a pinkish tint, didn't it? That's what I want to know. You. Twins, answer me. Why in the world did you murder Setsuka? Nikkei? What's wrong? I thought you didn't care about whether we died or not. Well, I do have an idea why you're acting like that. What's that supposed to? Forget it. It's not like I'm going to tell you anyway. And that aside, you asked why we killed Setsuka, yes? God, I can understand, maybe. But Ibiki was very intimate with Setsuka. Why did Ibiki help murder Setsuka? Don't you get it, bro? They're voids. Both of them. No, I think only Kanade is. Obviously, that's the only logical reason. It happened last time, and the one before. We're trying our best to harmonize and survive, and we're trying to ruin it. And the two twins were both voids? Is it really how it is? Speak up, Ibiki and Kanade. Were the two twins the voids? Is that again the reason that this murder had to happen? We all have 3 void survivors if we include Mikado. If 2 of them are voids, then we know the identity of all 5 voids. And just when we were waiting for the twins to answer. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt this, but... They don't speak another word, just shut up! I haven't even told you what I was going to say. You're being especially rude to me today, Teruya. Well, I do have some important news. The thing is... So they're not voids. Those 2 twins? What? What do you mean? Why are you the one to decide that, you little... No, he's absolutely right. The Otonokoji twins have no relations to us voids. None? So I was wrong about Kanade being a void, I guess. But Setsuka, though, was she a void? But the voids were supposed to murder each other. Seems like you're confused because the previous murders were all committed by us voids. The voids are simply there for Plan B. I repeated myself countless times. Anyone can become a murderer. I can tell that at a glance. The voids up until now strictly did things by the rules. They wouldn't dare do something this vague on whether it's against the rules or not. And that is exactly why I feel very conflicted about this. Where was my poor void fellow when they were supposed to kill this time? What? But I mean, the murder happened pretty early in the chapter, so I don't know if they really needed them, though. That means they killed someone when they weren't even a void? Why, if they weren't a void, what's the reason do they have to kill someone? That's right, Yuki. We've made a mistake in thinking it was common sense that a void will always be the one to murder one of us. There's a motive for every one of us this time. The motive videos that Mikado gave us. That's right, even I had forgotten about it. The Blackened in this case gets to not only escape this island if they win, but they also get to know the ending of their motive video. The motive video I saw didn't affect me in any way, but for the others, things were different. It even came up during the class trial. Miki and Kanade said that their parents were in trouble in their motive video. That was their motive for this murder. Dang it, I should have been more careful. I was so focused on the voids that I forgot about something more important. Mikado, this is all because of you, forcing us to murder each other with motives or whatever. I'll never forgive you, like you would have anyway. Excuse me. It wasn't really like that. What? I said I didn't do it necessarily for those stupid videos. My sister could have done it for our parents, but to be honest with you, I couldn't care less about those things. Those things, but they're your family. My sister is the only family I got. And you said it yourselves during the trial. I've been planning a double Blackened murder ever since I heard about the rules of this class trial. The motive videos were distributed just yesterday, so how could those be the motives for our murder? And why would you do something so as horrible as killing someone? I don't know where to start. Well, everyone, take a look at Ibiki here. Let's start from there. What about Ibiki? I don't think something's off. Don't you think something's off about her? Ibiki? Ibiki, you're still part of all this. Speak up. Is she alright? Oh my god, so kawaii. The hell? Kanade? Everyone, meet my lifelong project and the motive for this murder. So what do you think? What nonsense is that? I can't keep up with all this. Is this gonna be the most horrifically abusive relationship ever? Still don't get it? I tell you everything one by one. Ibiki, and go backflip. Eek, that scared me. Say you love me with a smile. I love you, Kanade. Me too. I love you too, Ibiki. What is this? What's going on? Ibiki? Ibiki, wake up, Ibiki. It's no use. Ibiki is this state, can only listen and react to me. How'd you do it? Psychosis? Mind control? So that was what you meant by that. No wonder your little shit's actions didn't make sense. Shobai, do you know what's going on? How can I put this? The culprit in this case wasn't Kanade Okono Koji, Ibiki Okono Keiji, but more like Kanade Okono Koji, and also Kanade Okono Koji. What do you mean? Speak some sense. Why the hell are you shouting at me? The trial's over. I'm not gonna give two shits about you. Ask the girl herself. So, don't you all agree with my precious toy is adorable? Kanade, would you please kindly explain what's going on here? It's my pleasure. We two are gonna die anyways, after all. If we're gonna talk about this, everything started way back when we were young. We were identical twins, 10 seconds apart from each other. I can't remember if I knew it instinctively when I was born, but I realized something when I was around 3 or 4. I was grabbing onto her heel. That I was better than Ibiki. In every way. Are you talking about your talents? Everything. Talent, personality, skills, or whatever. Chest size. But as I realized that, Ibiki must have also realized that she was the lesser of the two. And ever since she acknowledged that when we were young, she has been abusive towards me. And I was too young at that age. I didn't object to her actions. I ended up giving it to her. And then one day her mother told my sister to play with me for a change. But Ibiki back then loved Shiro so much that she replied she loved Shiro much more than me. And those words hurt a lot, especially as a kid. Who's Shiro? Utsuro? But I thought they were not voids. Shiro, who's that? A puppy we used to have as children. A small, kind, white teacup poodle that was really friendly with people. Even when I was being abused by Ibiki, I still loved Ibiki. I thought of her as family and wanted to get along with her. But when I heard that Ibiki liked some puppy more than me, I felt an uncontrollable wave of jealousy. As long as Shiro was alive, I was never going to get closer with Ibiki. That was when I decided to get rid of it. Get rid of it? What do you mean by that? What I mean by that, I literally got rid of it. Next day when I was alone at home, I butchered Shiro with a kitchen knife and threw it away down the drain. What? You're kidding me, right? As small and wretched that thing was, it was still a creature of life. That meant I had to cover up a lot of things to not get found out, but somehow, it all seemed easy. Probably because I was a genius. After a while, poor little sis was frantically searching for Shiro, but alas, she wasn't able to find it. Of course she wasn't able to. What remained of it was probably indistinguishable from sewer sludge by then. So you killed your sister's favorite dog to get friendly with her? Like hell that would work, you're out of your mind. I know, as soon as I realized today I did something wrong, I did feel a bit guilty. But the reaction Ibiki showed afterwards soon got rid of any afterthoughts I had. Instead of bullying me again for the loss of her puppy as I expected, she started to cry in my arms. Kanade, help me, what should I do? She cried. And that face of hers back then was the face of an angel more precious and adorable than anything I had ever seen. Since then, Ibiki turned into an extremely passive and weak state whenever she was mentally backed into a corner. And each and every time that happened, she cried for me for help and depended solely on me. That was when I started to train my little Ibiki. Train? Unbeknownst to Ibiki, I had schemed multiple mental shocks for her in secret. All high and mighty, abusing her little sis by the day. But in reality, she was being mentally tortured by her very own sister. Being mentally weak, Ibiki in her shocked state cannot even remember what happened afterwards. And now even the innocent ignorance of her abusing little sis, without knowing anything about what happened off stage, is so lovely that it drives me insane. And that's how I slowly but surely modified Ibiki to my taste, ever since I was young. I've tried out numerous methods, but the best one is to eradicate Ibiki's most precious person. Like with Shiro, every time Ibiki made a close relationship with someone, I got rid of them one by one. Ayumi, her best friend during grade school, got kicked from the top of the stairs and now she's stuck in the hospital paralyzed for the rest of her life. Nerve of that girl. Your sister feels sort of creepy, so we should stay away from her. Honestly, that bitch deserved it and more. A middle school homeroom teacher that Ibiki had a crush on? What? I gave him an extra dose of muscle relaxant, and buried him on a hill near the school. That's very zero escape of you. That pedophile pervert must have had indecent thoughts toward my precious Ibiki. So that was an act to save her from him. Even after we started our band, there was our recording engineer, makeup coordinator, our manager. I got rid of each and every person connected to Ibiki, and now even the slightest of hardships will cause Ibiki to turn weak. She's more dependent on me than ever. Wait, what? So you're basically saying that Setsuka wasn't your first victim? No way, unbelievable. So what's your body count? Well, I don't keep track of everyone I kill, I guess around 60. I'll write you in. I mean, it was come to a point where I just get rid of everyone acquainted with Ibiki. How in the world did you not get arrested for all this? Well, it's either because I was too perfect or because the cops were too stupid. My bet is on both. I wonder what Kijo would think of this person. That's why I told you, this was the first one that I actually failed. Is that why you killed Setsuka? Because she was friendly with your older sis? It didn't have to be Setsuka, as long as that person was the one most intimate with Ibiki. Though she did get on my nerves, to be honest. Anything that could help Ibiki recover from her mental state must be eliminated. Why? For what reason? Why are you so obsessed with Ibiki? Reason? How about I ask you a question instead? Do people need a reason to love someone? I love Ibiki. If you could have loved one all to yourself, anyone would have done the same. You're crazy. You're insane. I can't even hear another word from you. You don't deserve any sympathy whatsoever. Go to hell. Hold on a minute, Kanade. How does this story relate to Ibiki acting like a puppet right now? Oh, I forgot about that part. I guess it was around that time I made sushi out of our coordinator. When Ibiki realized that the coordinator she was close with had gone missing, she came to me crying. And something was different. She was bawling like usual, then suddenly her eyes lost focus and she didn't show any human reaction. And I spoke out to her. She started to do exactly everything I told her to do. No complaints, no reactions, like it was I controlling a game avatar. That might have been one of the happiest moments of my entire life. Just being controlled by my words, ha. Just thinking of it makes me, ha. Afterwards, whenever Abiki's mental state took a certain amount of damage, she turned into a puppet. Like this. It only lasted for a short time the first time around, but in time it lasted longer and longer. Till now, I can just switch it on and off whenever I order her to. From that day onwards, my training goal for Abiki had completely changed. If I previously trained her to only look towards me, I trained her to be the perfect puppet. My final goal is to make Abiki my very own puppet all the time, regardless of her mental state. If we had escaped off this island after killing Setsuka, and maybe killed one or two more, I could have achieved that dream. What a waste. I see, so that's why Shobai said the culprit was Kanade and Kanade again. Kanade did this to Abiki so that her sis could act as her duplicate and commit the ultimate perfect crime. When did it all start? When did Abiki start acting like this? Was she already in the state when we met her this morning? No, she still retained herself back then. Throughout this killing school trip, I was looking for the perfect opportunity, the point where Abiki's mentality reached the threshold. And though that motive video of our parents getting attacked, I knew it was time, and through that motive video, so I just executed my plan that I had prepared. Your plan? Now that it's already been revealed, there is actually one more place that I used the blood packs for. What? As you have deduced, I woke up early and called Setsuka to the pool. When I ambushed her from behind and knocked her out, and then I poured blood all over her unconscious body to make it look like she was dead. Why do such a gross thing? Because that was the trigger that would turn Abiki into a puppet. I immediately called Abiki out to the pool and made her enter the place using my handbook. Our innocent Abiki entered the pool and soon witnessed the fake crime scene. How would you react if you had watched a disturbing video of your parents getting attacked the night before, only to see the bloody corpse of your best friend? As the person who controlled her mental state for years, I knew just how much mental damage it took for her to become a little puppet. The consecutive loss of your precious ones, haha. The scream that's yelled. I still get the chills. So when Shobai said the amount of blood used at the ghost house seemed a lot less than the amount of blood packs taken, that was the actual reason why. How could you? Controlling someone as you please, and she's even your family. How was I supposed to make stupid Abiki cooperate with the plan if I didn't take control over her? She was going to agree on killing someone in her normal state in the first place. She wasn't. This was all for Abiki. She didn't want to leave this island after all. But that was all ruined by you people. Does Abiki know any of this? Of course not. Abiki loses most of her memories when she regains her sanity. So it would be next to impossible for her to know this. But Abiki still cared about you and loved you more than anyone. Kanade Otono Koji as a human being and as a family. You really are the worst. Call me whatever you want. People come in different shapes and sizes, after all. I didn't really expect you to understand me anyway. Yo, crazy girl, not that it matters now, but let me ask you a question. You admitted to your crimes toward the end of the trial, right? Wouldn't someone as smart as you have been able to find another way out back then? Now, what nonsense is he on about? Feels a bit weird, like we didn't win for real, like she gave it to us. I wouldn't have been able to guess the double blackened part without Albino Girl. You might have still had a shot at winning the trial. I'd rather keep my dignity to the struggle till I went down ugly. When the double blackened murder had surfaced, it was already game over for me. Moreover, I wanted to see Abiki despair. Despair? Honestly, didn't have any regrets with my life. I already played with my sister to my heart's content. Of course, escaping this island and being together with a completely puppetified Abiki does sound tempting. But nothing beats my desire to watch Abiki's face full of despair. Not just any despair, the one moments before death, the one just before your life ends, the one that she'll take to her deathbed. One gripe that I have about puppet Abiki and mentally broken Abiki is that her face is too predictable, making it uninteresting. Just imagining what my poor sis would look like when she comes to the realization of what's coming for her makes me so excited. Yo, Albino. Are you talking to me? Do something about this, will ya? This girl is too crazy for even me to handle. You're good at stuff like this, right? What do you mean by... When I looked around, everyone was silently looking away from Kanade. And rightfully so, her story seemed out of the world even for me. A story from a fantasy world, one that was too insane for us to even comprehend. A degenerate who makes you want to throw up just from the fact that you're breathing the same air as her. That was the true identity of Kanade Otono Koji, a person whom we once thought was our friend, as our classmate. But the worst thing was that she wasn't done just yet. Oh, I guess then. Now we can proceed to our finale. Wait just a minute, Monochrome. I forgot to mention I found this while rummaging through her pockets. Would you care to explain what that is? It's a note that I found inside Setsuka's pockets when I killed her. I was so busy that I didn't have time to read the details, but the fact that she had it on her body probably means that it contained important messages for us, right? Setsuka, read it now. Hold on. This? Well, what does it say? Well. Well, wow, do I feel bad for you guys? What, you just tell us already? Mikado, you sure you'll be alright? Well, I'm not following you. Well, it's just that Voids, wow, you guys have a tough road ahead as well. Kanade, what does the note say? This is a will written by Setsuka. A will from Setsuka? It seems like in case she was killed, she kept track of all the information she learned. Information? Don't recall Setsuka ever telling us about that. She must have discovered something. I don't know why she didn't tell us sooner, but she must have found something big. Come to think of it, she was acting weird ever since we've arrived on the third island. You're right, she did talk like something was up back when the motive was revealed as well. My, this really is big news. She kept this to herself. So what does it say? Just tell us. Oh, she won't. I'm so sorry for this, but I'll be taking this as keepsies to my grave. No, Setsuka's will. Put it out, you big bro. We're too late. As soon as a note as small as that burns out in a matter of seconds. You. What the hell do you think you're doing? This note contains incredible information, amazing scoops that could be of real damaging for Mikado. But what does that have to do with me? I'm about to die after all. I leave this and everything up to you. Were you expecting a silly dramatic ending like that? Unfortunately, I'm not that good of a person. Rather, I despise each and every one of you. You ruined my perfect plans of escaping this island with Hibiki. Yes, this is my petty revenge for losing the class trial. An adorable tantrum by me, if you will. And now it's turned to ash. Oh god, no, please. You're being awfully persistent, Nikkei. Boy, do I wonder why you're acting like that. You little... Yuruko, calm down. Violence is against the rules. Now, I can finally die without any regrets. Let's go, Monochrome. I'm sure you have prepared a wonderful and fitting execution for Ibiki and I. No, hold on. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but there's still some things left to do. Have you all forgotten? The Blackhead of this class trial had the right to know the ending of their motive video, regardless of the results. The execution comes after that. Honestly, I couldn't care less. Let's just skip to the good part and start the execution. You may feel that way, but Ibiki begs to differ, don't you think? Class trial acknowledges both of you as Blackheads. So obviously she has the right to see her video's ending. Coincidentally, you two have the same motive video, so I'll just have to play one. I see, poor sis. I guess it wouldn't hurt to let her know what happened to her parents before her death. Sis, wake up. Come on. Look up and focus your eyes on me. You're returning to your old self again. Now. Kanade? Is this the trial ground? Sis, we're going to be executed, but before that, they're going to let us see the ending of our motive video as a prize for being the Blackhead. Come on, why don't we watch it before we die? Die? Me? I should remember you and I killed Setsuka and we lost the class trial. No, that can't be. I would never. Why would I get executed when I did nothing wrong? Please don't. I don't want to die. Ibiki, come on, don't cry. You're not a baby now, are you? Now come on, look at the screen. As procedure, it is required that you watch this video. Wait, why am I the one consoling her? Sis, aren't you curious about who really attacked Mom and Dad? At least, let's get the chance to know who did it. Or would you rather just die without knowing what happened? She doesn't seem like she's fine. Does she? Well, then I'll start the video. Now, it probably doesn't actually have it. Or maybe it's like a stop motion. Don't kill me. Why would you, The huge screen over our heads showed a video of a couple looking to be around their mid-40s or 50s getting stabbed repeatedly by somebody. The man seemed like he was already dead, with blood spewing out of his throat like a fountain, falling out as he pleaded for her life. At least you got the chance to know who did it. No, Mom, Dad. This video is first-person perspective, recording from the very person who murdered the Otono Koji's parents. They recorded on a cheap camcorder. The quality isn't quite something to write home about, but, I can't watch any longer. This is too horrible. Monochrome, Mikado, who really are you guys? How'd you get the footage of the twins' parents getting murdered? No, not just that, even the motive videos. How'd you get your hands on those? Well, do I really need to answer that? Wait a minute. Now for the climax. The identity of the assailant will now be revealed. I'm sure you are more curious than ever, dear Kanade and Ibiki. So let's find out who done it. Haha. Ew. Person, after murdering the couple, was breathing heavily as they looked around. It was as if they were looking for something. The video wandering from place to place until it stopped at a full-body mirror at the corner of the dark room. In that mirror, the reflection showed who the mystery assailant was. It's hot in here. The person in the mirror, the person who savagely murdered Ibiki and Kanade's parents, was none other than Kanade herself. What, Kanade? What's going on? You even killed your own parents. You're kidding me, right, Kanade? Tell me it's not true. It was you killed Mom and Dad? How? I trusted you all this time. So then what's this? Mikado? Would you care to explain this video? I never murdered my parents. Sure, that is definitely our house, but I never did such a thing. Lost memories. Granted, I did plan to murder my parents eventually as a finale to my Ibiki puppet plan, but I had decided now was too early. I don't know the exact details as Monochrome is the one who controlling most of this killing skill trip, but I can say for sure that both this video and the videos that everyone received are certainly not made up in any way, shape, or form. I swear it's true on my magician's oath. Nobody gives a shit about your oath, so that doesn't sound that convincing. I get that you're angry, but stepping on my pride like that? Wait a minute. So that's it. So that's how it was all along. Amazing. I never would have guessed. What a twist. What's up with her? Wow, what a shame, for real. What a shame. To not see the aftermath of this after getting to know such a big secret. And that's where the video ends. It seems you realize something, Kanade. Oh, don't worry. I won't spoil anything for the rest of you. Ibiki and I will take the secret to our graves. Students, I know this isn't the time to interrupt, but it is already past midnight. The trial is almost over. I mean, nighttime. You all need to get a good night's sleep for tomorrow, right? Come on, sis, it's finally time for the finale. Show me, sis, your most despairful last moments of your entire life. Don't come any closer, you monster. I don't want to die. Why should I be the one to go? I didn't do anything wrong. Now I've prepared a very special punishment for the super high school level vocalist Ibiki Otono Koji and the super high school level guitarist Kanade Otono Koji. Ibiki! Get away from me, somebody help me. In this case, since there were two blackened, we are going to have the same execution for both of you. Sora, help me. Nikkei, Iroha, Yuki, Shiji, Yoruko, Seiyuan, save me. Now let's just do this. No! It's punishment time. That's the way we like it. Lots of resistance. That girl died laughing. She really is one scary girl. Ibiki and Kanade were executed. The third class trial, the third execution. And so, another two have left us. Even though the execution had ended, nobody spoke a word. Perhaps it was because Kanade rattled us till her very last moment? Or maybe after 3 repeated defeats by the despair that is reality. We had lost even the strength to open our mouths. But to me, as of now, I had no way of knowing. Shobai, where are you going? Well, we're finished, right? We're free to leave now? Don't speak to me. Back then was only because we had a mutual goal. That was the class trial. Now that that's over, don't bother me again, capiche? Dang it. Kanade was a human degenerate that deserved to die. But Ibiki, if what Kanade said was true, that Ibiki was merely used in this case by Kanade. I should have done something, anything. So that this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Damn it, damn it. Ah, Nikkei. Kanade, what a person she was. Now that's a person I would call worthy of being a void. I really do hope that the others remaining two learned a thing or two from her. Honestly, don't have the strength to yell at you. Just leave us be. Oh dear, did I hurt your feelings? Well, okay, so that means Setsuka's not a void, because the 2 are remaining. There's remaining 2. Well, I'm terribly sorry. But yes, as Monocro said, it had become terribly late. And Shinji, you're right, we should all take a rest. If you ask me, I don't feel quite good about this as well, although for a different reason. Well then, if you excuse me... Maybe he's lying. Think positively, everyone. Teruya's right. We're better off not having someone like Kanade among us. I mean, really, living together with criminal like that? No thank you. Let's be glad that she got executed. Ibiki, well, she was pretty unlikely to have someone like Kanade in her family. With a kind of a smile shot my face. I thought she liked Kanade, Iroha. That she'd depend on her for class trials. That was before I knew she was a total maniac. Well, no worries. We have Sora and Shobai on our side, and all we have to do is prevent any murders from now on. So please, let's all smile. You think this is funny? What? Don't you get what kind of situation we're in? There was a murder and we've pulled through all that shit to win the class trial when the culprit wasn't even a void. We didn't get to know what Satsuki had investigated. There were still 3 voids left. There were 16 of us when we started, now there's 9 of us left. That's almost half of us gone. And you're saying that we should think positively? Huh, you didn't have to say it like that. I just wanted everyone to feel better. Like hell we would. We have literally no hope at all now. Eek. Yuki, please don't take it out on Iroha and calm down. We all feel the same. Bro. What? You said that you wouldn't let anyone die from now on, right? Well, now there's 3 more dead bodies to add to the count. Try harder next time, will ya? Yuki? God, why is he like that? Why is everyone bullying me? Iroha, would it kill you to read the mood for once? But, I'm sorry. Shinji, why did you let Yuki act like that? Because he's right in every way. I didn't keep my promise. No wonder he's acting like that. I'm such a loser. Sora? Why are things turning out this way? What did we do to deserve all of this? I'm just so tired. Nah. Don't worry, guys. Teruya, I'll find a way out. I'm executive at the Kisaragi Foundation. The Foundation, no matter what, never lets despair get away with things. I will protect you at whatever it may cost. Whatever it may cost. After Teruya left, those of us remaining one by one managed to drag our bodies out of the trial grounds. Yoruko, who couldn't stop her tears. Iroha, who looked somewhat nervous. Shinji, who looked to be deep in thought. No one spoke a word in the elevator back to the monocruise. This was a class trial more tiresome than ever, and it looked like it's going to get only harder from now on. What were we supposed to do? First thing I did when I arrived at my room was throw myself onto the bed. I didn't have the strength or the urge to wash myself or change clothes. Perhaps I just wanted to escape from this reality. I was almost at the breaking point. I was only trying to act patient for the others who were in despair, and I almost wanted to cry my heart out like Yoruko. It felt painful. Yoruko's words just now rang inside my head. Why are these things happening to us? Why did we do... Did we do something wrong? Is this a punishment to atone for our sins? Danganranpa 2 suggestion. Atone for our sins. I had no idea. For now, my tiresome body had given up to everything, and I decided to give it to this wave of sleep. Give in to this wave of sleep. Are you there? Over here. Eek. Why are you so startled? Do you have something to confess? Mikado? What's up? Why'd you call me so late at night? What's up? What is up? I tell you what's up, you little stupid brat. Iroha needs Yui. Are you even aware of the fact that you're a void? It was your turn last time. Okay, so we know Iroha is a void, but we don't know who Emma's stealing your spot. That I can understand. The corrections were made in the end, after all. But if you ruin everything one time, you're supposed to make up for it the next time. There were supposed to be 2 victims in this case. A double murder, you hear me? But let's talk about what actually happened. Let's see, the cases weren't similar, and to top it off, 2 blackens? How are you going to take responsibility for all this, Well, when I found Setsuka's corpse, I thought to myself, well, it seems like Iroha is finally pulling her own weight. I even marveled at your wits when the trial panned out as if you were the murderer. But what the hell is this outcome? I honestly couldn't have ruined these things like this badly, even if I tried. Tell me, what did you accomplish on this island? Well, I was gonna do something, but Kanade acted too quickly, and I don't want to hear excuses, you useless trash. I even gave you a tidbit before the motive reveal. You probably weren't even paying attention, were you? Are you making fun of me? Eek. Answer me, why do you think I included someone as useless as you in our team? Told you before, you're just here to fill up the numbers. You're just here for the ride, so don't worry. But even so, shouldn't you at least do what you promised to do? If this plan fails, then your life is going down the drain as well. So you're planning to go kamikaze on all of us? Wait. But it wasn't my turn originally, and I didn't even have time to discuss the plans. So how was I supposed to do anything on my own? Use his powers, for God's sake. You saw the class trial, didn't you? The outcome is already decided. You just have to have the will for it. If you're trying to make excuses, then you haven't even done that much, But... Very well. As much as I'm disappointed in you, things didn't completely go south. It's still not too late. So I'm giving you another chance. To give as an act of mercy. For I am very forgiving. Next island. You're in charge of the murder there. What, but... Relax, there's nothing to worry. Everything will go as planned under his protection. You just gotta wish for it. But the next island, isn't that person's turn? So I think I'll just... That person? You really think they're still on our side? Just how stupid can you get? What do you mean? The damn brat betrayed us long ago. Didn't you notice something was off ever since we arrived on this island? I've been trying to ruin everything. I've already noticed it, and I'm wondering what punishment I should give out. They're still alive, though. I'm not doing this to you without any reason. Believe me, if that person was on our side, of course I'll ditch you and leave everything to them. Stats-wise, they are far superior to an idiot like you. So it's just me and you. Now you get why things are getting serious? If you've understood, follow my orders. If you do so, you, me, and every one of us will regain happiness. Well then, I have high expectations for your marvelous murder case. Don't let me down. But What's the matter? Wait, don't tell me. You wouldn't dare think of backstabbing me like that brat, would you? No, I would never. Just do it. It isn't that hard. You only have to wait just a bit longer. After all, the day of his resurrection is almost here. So he is dead. We're just trying to bring him back to life. Now, this is the end of our conversation. If we linger any longer, someone like Shobai is bound to find us. So you should head back. So I guess Shobai's not the brat. So Shobai, not Void. You wouldn't dare think of betraying us for your own good. I wouldn't dare think of betraying us for your own good. If I were you, I would. Okay. Sniff.
Danganranpa.
Why? Ajay, what? A town was holding its largest festival of the year. A man from the local monastery brought homemade fish and chips to the feast, and the people absolutely loved it. They asked if the man was really made the dish himself, and you know what he said? What'd he say? Indeed, I am the fish fryer. Yeah. Hajime, what do you call an obnoxious reindeer? Rudolph. Seriously, just stop. Is this all karma for my past life or something? Yeah, sure. I'm a murderer. I'm ready to accept whatever punishment that comes. But why this out of all punishments in the world? I'd rather suffer physically than having to listen to these annoying jokes forever. Annoying jokes? That's not very nice. We don't have anything to do here. Not to mention, there isn't a lot we can do when we look like this. That's why we're chatting with each other. Well then, just chat without making some weird puns. They're driving me crazy. Oh, you don't find them entertaining? How am I supposed to when I've heard them for the 1000th time? I feel like I'm gonna die from this, even though I'm already dead. Die from this? Though you're already dead? That's not funny. Oh, come on, what's this? Oh, this must be the thing. Void's special telephone that links living with the dead. Now they're throwing random things in. Hello? Did I get through? Hello, hello? That voice must be Iroha, long time no see. Oisashiburi desu. Iroha, we're really connected to her. Hajime, Emma, help me. What's the matter, Iroha? Mikado's threatening me. Tell me to commit murder in the next island. What should I do? Oh dear. Mikado, that brat. Hey, don't listen to him, Iroha. But I know how you're feeling right now. You're too good to be involved in a plan like this. We're dead. We don't have the right to order you around. Just make sure to do what you want to do. Don't go down our road. Hajime, sniff. He's right, Iroha. This place isn't that bad as it seems. Don't overthink too much and go for it. What are you talking about? That's basically telling her to go die. That's not what I meant. Gotta think of it, Emma. Did you have to take my place in the second island? It's really your fault I have to go through all of this. What? No, never mind. It's her fault. So she should have killed in the second island? It's officially 7 a.m. Wake up, everyone. I hope you all have a vigorous and comfortable day. At least no dreams. Is it already morning? I didn't sleep a wink. Trial ended over midnight, so it should be natural I feel tired and sleepy. Yet I couldn't sleep at all. I feel extremely tired. Maybe I'll just go back to sleep, I thought to myself as I lay myself back in bed. Despite my tiredness, I just couldn't go to sleep. I guess I'll just go and have breakfast for now. Okay. Probably to spend like 22,000 coins trying to talk to Shobai. And then I'd still be 7 coins away from reaching enough to buy Kokoro's skill, whatever it is. Okay, so I see what Linju did here, right? Or Linuj did here. He's like, well, they're all gonna expect a double murder, right? Because it's the third chapter. So I'm gonna do a twist on that. I'm gonna turn that upside down, do something a little different. I'm gonna make it a double blackened. And theoretically, it's possible to see that coming, although I wouldn't have. Because you notice that Ibiki and Kanade share common free time events. We might go, okay, well, eventually you have some chapters you have an opportunity to do them free time events with them as they are together. And then once one of them dies, then the other one has solo free time events, perhaps, right? So it isn't necessarily guaranteed that they die together. But it does somewhat suggest it. Or of course they survive. And you can think, okay, well, the double murder didn't happen, and there's gotta be some twist on this, so you go, oh, maybe double blackened. It's kinda like, Danganranpa V3, where like the big muscular guy isn't the victim, and he turns out being the black to be the blackened. And then he did lampshady funny stuff, like, this was supposed to be a double murder! A double murder! Anyway, at the beginning, 2 recordings ago, I had this idea that maybe Sora was Akane. And I thought about that a little more, I'm thinking, no way Sora's Akane. That's impossible. Her personality is completely and utterly different than Akane's. She's like all badass, or whatever you want to call it. And whereas Akane was rather useless in the trial context, and was just somewhat of a wimpier, weaker personality than Sora is turning out to be. So, I don't really think that really works. And as far as guessing who the Blackened was for this trial, I of course got it wrong. Because I guessed Kanade, and it was a double. It was Kanade and Ibiki together. It was all masterminded by Kanade, so maybe you could give me, like, I don't know, like 3/4 of a point or whatever. It's better than if I guessed Ibiki, but it's still not correct, right? Still tricked me. And I can see that Linuj is quite proud of this one. Okay, so I was also wrong as far as Setsuka being a void. I thought she was a void, but it turns out Iroha's a void, and the remaining void, described as that brat, which suggests he's a guy, but in contemporary colloquialisms, brat can be used to describe a girl. It just kind of used to be like back when my parents were kids, right? Brat actually meant a boy. Now it's like changed. But, in fact, there was like a line of dolls called brats that were like woman dolls. Anyway, so Iroha, okay, is a remaining void. And Satsuki appears to not be a void. And the other person who was second most suspicious of being a void is Kanade, and she claims that she is also not a void. So wrong on that account as well. So the only one I was right about being a void was Emma. And I only kind of suggested I thought she was a void. Like, said this suggests she's a void, not I predict that she's a void. I just pointed out a hint. I didn't say, I think she's a void. So I don't know how much credit you can really give me for that. Okay, so who we have remaining? Yuki. The vessel into which we shall resurrect Utsuru, right? Not a void, because the voids know they're voids, and Yuki doesn't, right? And he's going through his normal Yuki cycles. We have Yoruko remaining. Again, kind of like the Akane of this game, right? The good friend of the protagonist. But also like Akane, not very useful in the trial context, right? Kind of weak, kind of wimpy. Not necessarily like Akane where she like breaks down under the stress and like tries to kill herself. Not that, like, she's more robust than Akane, at least mentally, but she's not as, she's similarly like useless in the trials as Akane. She's not like a heavy hitter power character, but she's like in tight with the protag. Would she be the brat that betrayed us? Possibly. Possibly. Although it looks like, it seems like Mikado is gonna like try to get the brat that betrayed him in Chapter 5, which is, Chapter 5 is gonna punish somebody. Okay, Iroha, she's around, she's a void, Mikado's pressuring her to commit a murder. She was supposed to be the Chapter 2 Blackened of all things. And she still hasn't. She keeps getting bailed out by murders happening before she does hers. We have Mikado himself, which eventually he might actually get killed. We have Nikkei. Could be the remaining void. Maybe. Isn't really acting like he's a void. That's the weird thing. Shinji. Don't know, he's just kind of generic. He's kind of like nothing particularly special. Could be the void though. I mean, no one else is a really good candidate, so why not him, right? Shobai. Now, Shobai seems definitively is not the void. Because Yoruko, because the way of Mikado talks about him, right? It's like, someone like Shobai will find us here, right? You would think if Shobai was the void, the brat, he would refer to him as that brat again or something, right? So the suggestion from the dialogue that Shobai is not the remaining void. It doesn't mean for certain he's not, but it's highly suggested. And we, of course, we have Otori, because we have to have Otori for some reason. So we can count blood packets. Anyway. It'd be otherwise useless. Now, as far as free time events are concerned, Kanade and Ibiki got killed off before I could do their free time events. Or finish their free time events. I only got up to level 3. So I got one of their skills, I forget which one it was. And then one extra free time event, which was a very disappointing free time event. That didn't give me any progress to anywhere, really. It was kind of a waste of time, so they wasn't able to make it to the end. So I got cut off mid-attempt on them. But the victim, Setsuka, I had finished. So that was good. So where am I sitting right now? Well, Kanade, Iroha, I got 2 more with Iroha, because I like to finish her story, right? That's kind of the main point of free time events. Her skill at the end isn't really that useful. It tells you where all the coins are, but I would probably investigate everything, even if I knew which ones were the coins. So I don't know really how much it matters. So getting to the end and getting her second skill isn't really that a big a deal. But her first skill, oh yeah, has that come in clutch. That's the first time I ever tried to use that phrase, and I don't know if that's how you use it. Shobai, I have one more to do, and I might have to press a bit. So I'm going to try to finish Shobai. Oops. And do the remaining 2 of Kanade at the beginning, if I can pull it off. Not Kanade, Iroha. At the beginning of Chapter 4, if I could pull it off. That would be 3 free time event slots, and hopefully get through that in about a day. Then, who's left? Shinji. Nikkei. And Otori. I'm tempted to try to talk to Otori, because Otori might have a skill that gives me more money for the trial, given his super high skill level talent. So I'm probably going to talk to Otori next, after I'm done with Iroha and Shobai. These guys will be saved for late Chapter 4, if Otori will talk to me. It doesn't take me like 10 free time events to get through his free time events. So late Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. It might be possible, depending on who dies in Chapter 4, whether or not that I might be able to get through all of these remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if one of these two guys dies at the end of Chapter 4, like Shinji is very susceptible to being the big guy, then they'll get left out. And with that, I finally stop.